Chapter 580. Lava Tavern. Just as Sauron returned to his room with the winner's reward, a beautiful and flirtatious succubus maid immediately knocked on the door and whispered, "Your Excellency Sauron. There's a goblin outside who wants to see you." In just a few days, Sauron had won the respect of other demons with his strength. Demons only respected the strong, so Sauron's status in the Lava Tavern had skyrocketed. The most obvious change was that the succubus maids in the tavern began to call him, "Your Excellency Sauron," and "Your Excellency Beheader." Almost all the demons and evil spirits in the tavern who met him would bow slightly to express their respect for a high-level demon, especially those evil spirits of the neutral camp. To be able to make them bow their heads to Sauron required some reputation. Therefore, it was conceivable how much reputation Sauron had recently gained in the Galumba arena. Goblin? Sauron frowned slightly. He quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. This goblin was probably here for the dragon crystal in his hands. To be honest, Sauron was not worried that someone would come to snatch the dragon crystal. First of all, he had his own strength. Second, he had mastered advanced teleportation. Third, this was the goblin's territory. The reason why the Galumba arena could attract so many evil spirits was because the evil spirits knew that the goblins were sinister, cunning, greedy, and so on. However, they would not easily break their promises. The Galumba arena had its own rules. Sauron's current identity was rather special and eye-catching. It could even be said that not only could the goblins not blatantly take Sauron's dragon crystal, but they also had to protect the dragon crystal on Sauron's body. After all, many demons now knew that Sauron had the dragon crystal, and the evil spirits also knew that Sauron had the dragon crystal. After all, there were only a few who were willing to stand up and challenge a powerful Balrog. If someone challenged the order and laws of the Galumba arena for the dragon crystal, it would be a serious blow to the reputation of the goblins among the evil spirits and demons. The evil spirits would suspect that the goblins had attacked the contestants in the arena out of greed. It was very helpless. However, this was the current situation. In the abyss, power reigned supreme. On the contrary, it was rare to see people who kept their promises and contracts. The rise of the goblins was because they had won the trust of the neutral camp evil spirits and the lawful camp devils. The trust of the two directly affected the prosperity of the Galumba arena. Zorro thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "I'll go down later." Although he didn't know why the goblins came, it was definitely related to the dragon crystal. His main body was about to reach the third layer of the abyss, and this was the biggest reason why Sauron was fearless. As long as Sauron's main body arrived, even the demon lord Miamed, Calamity Coin, would not be a match for him. The demon lord of a small territory was at most a weak divine power, and might even be at the level of a demigod. The thing that really made Sauron afraid was the abyssal demon dragon that was allied with the demon lord Miamed, Calamity Coin. This thing's challenge level was similar to the Baelor. When Sauron arrived at the bottom of the Lava Tavern, there were already many demon spectators gathered here. The goblin who appeared was Sauron's old acquaintance, the goblin demon warlock who was in charge of hosting the arena. The goblin demon warlock showed a trace of dissatisfaction when Sauron came down after a while. He said in an unhappy voice, "Your Excellency Sauron, I'm here for the dragon crystal in your hand. His Excellency the Demon Lord is also very interested in this dragon crystal. But goblins keep their promises. In exchange for the dragon crystal in your hand, His Excellency the Demon Lord asked me to bring a legendary material of equal value. The private property of the gladiators could be protected by the Galumba arena. This was to ensure that the contestants who participated in the death arena would not return empty-handed for some reason. Otherwise, the Galumba arena would not attract so many demons to participate in the arena." The goblin demon warlock's voice was very loud, and it could even be said that he deliberately said it for the other demons to hear. Sauron frowned when he heard this. He did not even look at the item that the goblin proposed to exchange. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. This dragon crystal is very useful to me. I'm afraid I can't use it for exchange." The goblin demon warlock was stunned when he heard this. Then he put on a fake smile and even threatened, "Your Excellency Sauron, although you are a powerful Balrog, Carrying a dragon crystal with you is too conspicuous. I'm afraid it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Perhaps trading with us is the best choice. We came with sincerity. Please take a look at the material we have prepared for you." The goblin demon warlock waved his hand gently, and soon a goblin follower came over. It was holding a small box in both hands, but it seemed to be a little difficult. When it came to Sauron, the goblin follower opened the box directly. Then, a dark stone that seemed inconspicuous appeared in front of the others. Sauron's expression froze for a moment, and the surrounding demons who were watching the show seemed to be confused as well. Some even thought that the goblin was trying to force Sauron to use a broken stone to exchange for the dragon crystal in his hands. However, at this moment, a neutral evil demon merchant suddenly exclaimed. It was a secondary Ross demon, belonging to the higher echelons of the abyss. At the same time, it was also a knowledgeable evil demon. "Demon stone," it exclaimed with a voice full of surprise. "Oh my God! This is the legendary demon stone." The tavern was suddenly in an uproar. Some demons did not know what this stone was, but some who knew were shocked. If this seemingly inconspicuous black stone was really the demon stone, then its value would not be lower than the dragon crystal. Unfortunately, this stone did not have the aura of a treasure. There was only one way to determine its authenticity, and that was to use one's hand to weigh it. That's right. This was the only way to determine whether it was the legendary demon stone. Sauron signaled to the goblin demon warlock in front of him. After getting the other party's permission, he reached out and picked up the seemingly inconspicuous black stone in front of him. It was abnormally heavy. A black stone that was only half the size of a human's palm actually weighed close to 50 kilograms. It really was the demon stone. This strange stone could only be found at the very edge of the bottomless abyss, close to the endless void. It was so small, but it contained an astonishing weight. This was the best material for making weapons. It was also one of the few materials in the entire multiverse that could make artifacts that did not come from the gods. The only pity was, there were not many top alchemists and blacksmiths in the entire multiverse who could smelt it. Chapter 581. Demon Stone. As for this special material, it had been briefly mentioned before. It was a material that was very small in size but very heavy in weight. It was the product of elemental obliteration. Elemental obliteration and elemental fission were the top alchemy technologies during the Arcane Empire. The former could obliterate elements to create all kinds of special materials, while the latter could generate a huge amount of energy to maintain the operation of the floating city. Within the multiverse, there was a theory of infinity, and infinity. Infinity referred to the vastness of the multiverse, and within the boundless void of the astral plane, there were many spaces that not even the gods were aware of. Even beyond the borders of the crystal wall system, there were many mysteries that not even the gods knew about. Therefore, even the gods would be in awe of the endless stars above their heads. The second theory of infinity was more difficult to explain with alchemy knowledge. The easiest way to explain it was to extend the scientific knowledge of his previous life. Planets, human bodies, cells, molecules, atoms, protons, electrons, neutrons, and so on. If someone had studied this knowledge, they would understand that there was a huge gap in everything in the world. This gap may be quite small for humans, and they could only barely observe it with the help of a microscope. However, in fact, this gap did exist. Note: the body of a legendary warrior changes on the cellular level. Elemental obliteration was a terrifying elemental collapse reaction. The particles inside the material, like molecules, atoms, and protons, were compressed and collapsed by energy. In the end, a violent obliteration effect was produced, and some extremely small but extremely hard and heavy materials were born. If this material was used to make a weapon, the power would be unstoppable. There were several such weapons in history, and almost all of them had terrible penetrating power. Even the bodies of the gods might not be able to withstand it. In terms of the level of the item, the demon stone in Sauron's hand was not a very advanced elemental obliterating material. The best elemental obliterating material was only the size of a fingernail, but it could weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. White dwarfs and neutron stars were similar elemental obliterating materials. On a white dwarf, the gravity could reach 180,000 times that of Earth. As for the gravity of a neutron star, it was even more difficult to estimate because the density of a neutron star had been compressed to a limit. If Earth was compressed to such a density, the diameter of Earth would only be about 22 meters. A neutron star was one of the few possible endpoints of a star at the end of its evolution after a supernova explosion, due to gravitational collapse. A typical neutron star's mass was between 1.35 to 2.1 times the mass of the Sun, and its radius was only between 10 to 20 kilometers. If a person of average weight 70 kilograms encountered a neutron star, the impact would be equivalent to the power of a 200 megaton nuclear explosion, 4 times the power of the world's largest nuclear bomb, the Tsar. Of course, all of this was just a hypothesis. If that was the case, the person would be torn apart by the powerful tidal force as they got closer and closer to the neutron star. This was the scientific and technological information in Sauron's memory. It was the basic knowledge that he had learned in physics class. Everything was back to square one. From the perspective of elemental particles, any matter was filled with huge gaps and voids, and elemental obliteration was to forcefully compress these spaces. When matter was twisted, it would result in elemental collapse, just like how carbon was reshaped into artificial diamonds. However, this belonged to the lowest level of elemental obliteration. Because diamonds were diamonds, and the huge army of diamond golems in the Arcane Empire was all made with elemental collapse. In essence, diamonds were still made of carbon. The multiverse where Sauron lived was very different from the one in his previous life, and even the laws were different. Because even though many places here were very primitive, some areas were even beyond the understanding of the interstellar era, especially planes, souls, gods, and so on. Elemental collapse and elemental fusion were the main areas of research of Fallen Witch Kalina. Unfortunately, there were still no breakthroughs. Elemental fusion could be ignored here, because it was a kind of alchemical technology that produced huge amounts of energy. Now it was time to talk about elemental collapse. Elemental collapse could form diamonds, which was the basic foundation of the top alchemical technology. After that was elemental obliteration, which directly transformed the structure of the elements and twisted the most essential power of the elements. In the interstellar era, it was twisting the periodic table of elements from the level of protons and electrons, twisting one element into another. The Demon Stone was such a product. It was a new elemental structure. Except for the artificially created by the top alchemists, this kind of material would only be born in the outermost space of every plane, which was close to the elemental void. Only in such a place could the phenomenon of elemental obliteration occur in nature. Such a place was naturally quite dangerous, so the Demon Stone was extremely rare. If it could be forged into a weapon, its power would be difficult to estimate with common sense. The most obvious point. It was this kind of weapon that could cut off other legendary weapons. Note, it was born with the ability to cut off other legendary weapons. The phenomenon of elemental obliteration also occurred in the astral void. For example, the meteors that streaked across the astral void were almost entirely made of diamonds. This was the phenomenon of elemental obliteration in the astral void for some reason. There was a very small probability of finding large pieces of elemental obliteration in the astral void, but the mass of this material was quite terrible, and it had unimaginable radiation and gravity beyond the limit. It was difficult for flesh and blood to get close to this material, and energy bodies were easily disturbed or even affected by the power of radiation. For a long time, it was only during the Arcane Empire that elemental obliteration was studied and used on a large scale. Many taboo weapons that even the gods were afraid of were the results of elemental obliteration and elemental fission. It was also the reason for the destruction of the Arcane Empire. Generally speaking, the Demon Stone in front of him was such a thing. Some parts may have changed due to the different rules of the multiverse, but as a whole, it was the same thing. A trace of greed appeared in Sauron's eyes. It could be said that there were not many things that could move him, but the goblin demon warlock in front of him actually took out one. The Demon Stone was an elemental obliteration substance. If he gave it to his main body to forge weapons, or find a way to mix it with other weapons, it was possible to directly create a divine weapon. But a dragon crystal was also very important to him. One was a legendary item on the spiritual level, and the other was a legendary item on the material level. Sauron didn't want to trade the dragon crystal, but he also wanted to get the demon stone. So he might need a bold plan. Chapter 582. In the end, Sauron did not agree to the exchange request of the goblin demon warlock. It could be seen that its expression was so angry when it left, as if Sauron was a guy who didn't know what was good for him. In its threatening eyes, the other demons also gloated because they thought that Sauron would not live for long. Sauron dared to refuse the request of a demon lord. It was almost impossible for him to leave the Galumba arena alive. Sure enough, shortly after the goblin demon warlock left, Sauron immediately felt that someone was secretly watching him, and the goblin warlock was setting up a dimensional anchor array near the tavern to prevent Sauron from leaving using advanced teleportation. In the Garuba arena, the goblin demon lord did not want to break the rules that he had set so easily, so it was unlikely that he would attack Sauron openly. His method against him should still be in the death arena. As long as Sauron died in the duel in the Garuba arena, the dragon crystal would naturally become an ownerless object. Sauron's expression was fearless. After rejecting the other party's request, he returned to his room calmly, because his body had arrived at the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. At the same time, in Motor City of the Outer Islands, a very important thing happened today. On this day, Gloria was doing magic research. Because they had passed the first layer of the war chess plane, they had obtained a lot of magic knowledge from the Arcane Empire, including part of the powerful combat wizard spell Bigby's 5 consecutive palms. Gloria had been busy memorizing and mastering these spells recently, and at the same time, practicing her own melee combat skills. It couldn't be helped. The combat wizard style was a little different from her past. If she wanted to flexibly use Bigby's 5 consecutive palms, Gloria had to learn some combat skills. At this time, the figure of fallen witch Corinne appeared outside the laboratory. This pair of mother and daughter conducted their research separately, because it was difficult for two powerful witches to say whether they would support each other. Both of them conducted their own research separately. All along, Fallen Witch's research had been focused on alchemy. This was because she was very persistent in pursuing the technology of the Arcane Empire. She had even sacrificed everything for it. Today, Fallen Witch arrived outside Gloria's laboratory. Her expression was a little hesitant, and her footsteps were also very hesitant. Several times, she raised her hand to knock on the door, but she retracted it again. Gloria perceived the situation outside, and with a faint magic light, the door of the laboratory was directly opened. She raised her head and looked at the Fallen Witch outside. Puzzled, she asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Fallen Witch slowly walked in. Her face was full of hesitation, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said softly, "Daughter, I want to conduct another alchemy experiment." Gloria's face instantly changed. She shook her head very firmly and said in a deep voice, "Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. If the experiment goes wrong, I'm afraid the city of Mordor will be razed to the ground by you." Razed to the ground. This was not a joke. The elemental fission alchemy experiment conducted by Fallen Witch directly destroyed a large laboratory of the Northern Witches after an accident. At the same time, everything nearby was destroyed. Even the land and environment were completely polluted, causing the space to distort and collapse. The land within tens of kilometers of the entire experimental area was covered with terrible energy radiation. It was precisely because of this incident that the Fallen Witch was exiled and imprisoned in Whiterun by the Witch Council. At the same time, she was recognized as the #1 enemy of nature by the Droll organization in this world. She was now living in seclusion in Mordor. If the Fallen Witch dared to appear on the continent, the Droll Order would immediately hunt her down, and it might even lead to other legendary Droll to capture or even kill her. There was no other way. Fallen Witch Corinne, the legendary enemy of nature, the destroyer of nature, the destroyer of the environment, the evil Fallen Witch who polluted the earth. For nearly 100 years, There was almost no adept who had done more damage to the natural world than she had. Her name, her appearance, and her unique traits had spread to almost every druid organization in the material plane. Gloria could not let her do such a dangerous thing, even if the Fallen Witch was her biological mother. Seeing Gloria's determined expression, the Fallen Witch could not help but show a bitter smile on her face. She naturally knew how big a mistake she had made at the beginning. Countless creatures had died directly and indirectly under her hands. Even the original place of the experiment, that piece of land, was now a land of death. It was estimated that it would not be restored in the next 100 or 200 years. If such an experimental explosion happened in Mordor, it would be a devastating disaster. But she had given up almost everything for these experiments and knowledge. Fallen Witch, Corinne did not want to give up so easily, so she tried to persuade her daughter. She looked up at Gloria's eyes and said slowly with a serious expression, "I know I made a mistake. So, this time I plan to do some relatively simple experiments, and the place of the experiments will not be in Mordor. It will not even be in this plane. In the process of analyzing the golem factory in the war chest half-plane, I gained a lot of alchemy engineering knowledge, and found some special materials. I plan to build a laboratory in this half-plane, and then do some basic research on element annihilation. Element fission can easily cause terrible damage, but element annihilation is much more stable. I plan to start with refining diamonds first. This laboratory will be open to you, and you can supervise my research at any time. I promise I won't do that kind of dangerous research again." Without the core knowledge of the Arcane Empire, the research on element fission was too terrible. The original big explosion, it almost destroyed everything she had. Fallen Witch did not want such a thing to happen again. So this time she planned to start from the bottom again. Some knowledge in the golem factory gave her inspiration. She wanted to try the part of the alchemy experiment that changed the structure of matter. If she could refine enough adamantine, then she could accumulate a wealth of experience and create an adamantine golem. Gloria's expression hesitated. She hesitated for a long time, then nodded gently and said, "If it's just refining diamonds, I can agree to your research, but the experiment can only be done in the war chest half-plane, and I will supervise your research progress at any time. If I think there will be terrible danger, I will forcibly stop your experiment." There was a surprised expression on Fallen Witch's face. She excitedly reached out and hugged her daughter in front of her, kissed her on the face, and said a little incoherently, "Thank you. Thank you, my daughter." Gloria couldn't help but sigh. No matter how big of a mistake the woman in front of her had made, she was still her mother. Gloria could not refuse her in this case. Now he could only hope that she was only researching alchemy that could change the structure of matter, and not the extremely dangerous elemental fission research. Even if it was inside the demiplane of war chess, if that kind of terrifying explosion happened, the final result would be unpredictable. If the half-plane could not withstand the terrible explosion and collapsed, Gloria did not know how to explain it to Soren. She was curious about the knowledge of the Arcane Empire. But Gloria also understood that without the core knowledge, any research on the top technology of the Arcane Empire would be quite dangerous. So she decided to follow up on Fallen Witch's experiment personally. There was indeed a lot of automatic alchemy factory technology in the golem factory, especially the energy structure network of the magic crystal transmission. It could automatically extract the power of the element pool and transmit it to the factory. There were also various other materials and knowledge. If used properly, they might be able to achieve some results in alchemy. Chapter 583. Soren naturally did not know about Mordor City. If he knew, as long as it was not the kind of alchemy research similar to nuclear fusion, he should have agreed to Fallen Witch's request. After all, alchemy could bring him great help. Just a group of clay golems and stone golems had changed the labor capacity of the city of Mordor. Upgrading the transportation capacity to the ton level was indeed very effective. If there were enough golems to carry out the work, and there was enough energy to maintain their operation, it would be very effective. Then Mordor City could soon be built into a large city with a powerful golem army. As long as Fallen Witch's experiment was not carried out in Mordor City, The danger was undoubtedly reduced a lot. Rebuilding a laboratory was not a small project. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Gloria could only secretly transfer people, and at the same time, she also fully followed up on alchemy. In any case, there were things that happened before, so she was still worried about her mother. She was worried that her mother was too eager for quick success, and it would be quite troublesome if another accident happened. At the same time, on the third floor of the abyss, Sauron also welcomed a new challenge. Although he had expected this for a long time, when he saw the Goblin Demon Warlock personally, his expression was still a little stunned. His opponent was the host of the Golumba Arena during this time, the Goblin Demon Warlock. The other party's expression was full of viciousness and resentment. It was precisely because it failed to complete the task given by the Demon Lord, Miamide Calamity Coin, that it was kicked into the arena to duel with Sauron. If he could kill Sauron, it would be great, and he could restore his former status. But if he lost to Sauron, the Demon Lord would not change the rules of the Golumba Arena for him. So if he lost, he would die. Sauron. Beheader Sauron. It could be seen that although Sauron's situation was getting more and more dangerous, his popularity in the eyes of the demons was increasing. Reputation was never too high in the bottomless abyss. It might not be useful now, but when Sauron decided to establish his own territory, it would be very useful. It was accompanied by a muffled rumble. A tall but fat goblin appeared in front of everyone. Its pupils were scarlet, and its body had obvious demonic features. There were many tattoos and scars all over its body. It was taller than an ordinary demon, and it held a strange scepter inlaid with dark red gems. The pressure of a demon lord shrouded the sky above the Golumba Arena, and all the demons were as silent as cicadas in winter. The clamorous shouts from before seemed to have been strangled by someone, and all of a sudden, even breathing became difficult. Demon Lord, the ruler of the goblins, Miamide Calamity Coin. Legend had it that it was the experimental product of a certain high-grade demon. In the end, it made a deal with the devil and killed its own master, becoming the Demon Lord of the bottomless abyss. Balrog, the Goblin Demon Lord, sat on the throne at the top of the Golumba Arena and looked at Sauron's figure with a very unfriendly gaze. For any Demon Lord, it would be better for this kind of person who dared to disobey him to become a dead man. And demons like Balrog seemed to be easy to deal with. The corpse of Balor hanging outside the Golumba Arena was its former enemy. Sauron's expression was very calm. His gaze swept around the arena, and suddenly he seemed to see the figure of a succubus. Greater polymorph. It seemed that another lawless visitor had come here. A shadow quietly escaped here, and no one noticed the arrival of Sauron's body. Even the Goblin Demon Lord sitting in the center did not realize that a god's body had appeared. Although the Demon Lord had great power and had a weak virtual divinity in his own territory, there was still a huge gap between these and a real god and a top rogue. The Goblin Demon Warlock made a strange laugh, looked at Sauron with resentment and slowly said, "Ungrateful guy. Have a taste of my power. Summon demon. Protect against fire damage." As a quasi-legendary spellcaster, the Goblin Demon Warlock launched a summoning spell in an instant, and at the same time he blessed himself with protection against fire damage and continued to cast spells at an amazing speed. "Come out, my servant." With the staff hitting the ground heavily, there was a loud bang from the left and right sides of the arena, and then two steel golems appeared with heavy footsteps. An unequal battle. The Golumba Arena even released the golems of the Goblin Demon Warlock. The enemies on the field immediately formed a numerical suppression on Sauron. Greater invisibility. The Goblin Demon Warlock launched the equipment on its body, and its figure gradually disappeared. However, in front of it, a portal slowly opened, directly connecting to the Shuraba plain, and then a ferocious demon rushed out. It seemed that it had been prepared for a long time. From the beginning, it had formulated tactics against Sauron, and used its authority to facilitate it. Because according to the normal mode of death, spellcasters could not bring their own golems in. The two steel golems began to approach. The demon that rushed out of the summoning circle locked its target on Sauron in an instant. It made a dull roar and rushed over in an instant. Dang! There was a crisp collision sound. Sauron's body ignited with a raging fire. He took out a bottle of magma dragon's blood and sprinkled it on himself. With the crackling sound of bones, the fire on Sauron's body rose and spread directly, covering a distance of nearly 10 meters. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of gasoline on him, and he transformed into the Balrog form again. In Tangle, Sauron flapped his demonic wings and rose into the air. With a gentle wave of his hand, a flame whip gathered in his palm. The long whip burning with raging fire wrapped around the demon in front of him. His figure also swooped down in an instant, swinging his sword and slashing it. Dang, dang, dang. The steel golem began to accelerate and rushed directly over. It seemed that it wanted to hold Sauron's figure and prevent him from leaving the ground. Poison curse. Mental retardation. The hazy figure of the goblin demon warlock also appeared. It raised its hand and cast a spell. However, it was not a lethal spell, but the most vicious mental retardation spell. If Sauron could not pass the test of immunity, it could turn him into a mentally retarded person in an instant. However, it was afraid that it would be disappointed because this kind of spell had little effect on Sauron. Even if it used poison curse in advance to reduce immunity, it was still the same. With a splash of blood, the summoned demon was killed by Sauron on the spot. The steel golem approached. At this moment, Sauron seemed to be a little distracted, but on the other side of the Golumba arena, a figure that could not be seen by the naked eye was gradually approaching the position of the demon lord. Chapter 584. Sauron was at a disadvantage because he was distracted for a moment. The two steel golems entangled his figure, and the goblin demon warlock was also casting spells. It seemed to have a premonition that victory was coming. If Sauron couldn't break free from the two steel golems, then it could easily use spells to kill the annoying Balrog in front of it. The evil demon was killed. A moment ago, Sauron seemed to be winning, but in the next moment, Sauron's situation was quite worrying. The demons in the audience suddenly exclaimed. They didn't understand why Sauron paused just now, and they didn't know if he was affected by the mental retardation spell. Anyway, the situation now was that he was attacked by the two steel golems. If this continued, Sauron's defeat was only a matter of time. This change immediately attracted the attention of the demon lord, Miamid Calamity Coin. A cruel smile appeared on its ferocious face, as if it was happy to see this annoying Balrog torn to pieces by its subordinates. This demon lord was a little impatient, because if it wasn't because of the rules in the Golumba arena, it would have killed the Balrog in front of it with its own hands. Anyone who dared to offend the demon lord's dignity would have to pay a heavy price. A shadow gradually approached. In the Golumba arena, Sauron's movements seemed to be half a beat slower, and the situation became more and more obvious. At this time, not only the demons in the audience, but even the goblin demon warlock directly suspected that the mental retardation spell just now had taken effect. Or rather, part of it had already taken effect. Because the current Sauron's fighting skills and fighting ability had almost plummeted. Before it could start to cast spells, Sauron was already being attacked by the two steel golems. He was completely relying on his powerful demon body to resist. But no matter how tenacious the demon's vitality was, it couldn't last long. The steel golem's huge strength was enough to kill the Balrog in front of it in a few minutes. As a goblin demon warlock who lived near lava volcanoes, it was actually best at fire-type spells. It was a pity that Sauron was immune to fire damage. Otherwise, it would have let him have a taste of the power of an explosion. Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin revealed a smile on his face. As a powerful demon lord, it was almost certain that Sauron could only hold on for 1 or 2 minutes. It almost couldn't wait. After killing this annoying flame demon, he would hang its corpse outside the Golumba arena. By then, there would be 2 legendary demon corpses hanging in the Golumba arena. One would be a Baelor, and the other would be a slightly weaker flame demon. An unforeseen event occurred at this moment. Even Soren himself hadn't expected such an unforeseen event, because a figure suddenly rushed out from the audience the moment his main body approached the goblin demon lord. On the surface, she looked like a succubus, but in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a rune girl with long silver-white metallic hair. Her target was also the Demon Lord. In the face of the sudden attack, the Goblin Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin almost instantly activated a protective spell, and then its whole body was wrapped in an energy shield. It raised its scepter and sent out a ray of negative energy, and at the same time, intended to activate teleportation to leave. As a high and mighty Demon Lord, it had enough fighters to defeat the opponent, so there was no need for it to fight in person. Meteor burst. A terrible fireball fell from the sky. Under the attack of the Rune Girl, the whole Golumba arena was in chaos. Who knew how many demons were caught in the crossfire and died miserably in the fierce explosions? As for the Goblin Demon Warlocks in the arena, they forcibly interrupted their casting and awkwardly dodged the spells. Hee. The Rune Girl made a cheerful laugh, as if she was in a good mood because of the terrible destruction and destruction. Exquisite rune dolls appeared around her body. Not only did she target the Goblin Demon Lord in her sight, but all the demons around her were also in her killing range. She seemed very happy at the moment. It could even be said that she was excited, as if she had received great spiritual satisfaction. Teleportation activated. Just when the Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin was about to launch a teleportation spell to open the distance, a trace of horror suddenly appeared on its face, because it felt that the space around it was blocked. A powerful force. It directly forcibly blocked the space around its body. Even a Demon Lord like it could not break through this power. It was like a terrible power of the gods. Divine power infusion. Half-elf clergy activated. Rogue clergy activated. Greater haste. Slaughter transformation. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. Sword form spinning strike. A hazy shadow suddenly appeared, exuding a terrible aura of slaughter. This figure passed through the space and appeared behind the Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin. The two curved swords in his hands were flowing with strange light. In an instant he did not know how many attacks he launched. The energy shield of the Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin shattered like an eggshell, and then it was completely exposed to the other party's attack. A burst of blood splashed. A faint divine power shrouded the small space, and the Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin was horrified to find that he didn't have the chance to cast any teleportation spells. All of his teleportation spells were sealed by the divine power. The opponent was a god. This was the last thought in its mind, and then it saw a headless body that fell to the ground. That was its body. Up until the moment of his death, Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin didn't know when he had offended a god. So much so that a god had personally descended to the bottomless abyss and chose to assassinate him at such a time. It died with its eyes wide open. As a high-ranked legendary demon lord, it couldn't even put up a fight before dying in the hands of a god. A powerful soul force surged out. In Soren's eyes, a row of data prompts quickly appeared. Target is dead. Killed Demon Lord Miamid Calamity Coin. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 617,500 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 8 divinity. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 5 divinity. Chapter 585. The Golumba arena was in chaos. There were fires everywhere, as well as all kinds of explosions. The death of the Demon Lord Miamide happened in an instant. This amazing change was hard for many to accept in a short period of time. In the arena below, the Goblin Fiend Warlock was already confident of victory, but because of this series of unforeseen events, he was a little confused, so his reaction was naturally a little slower by half a beat. After all, no matter who saw their boss suddenly die, they would be shocked. But in that moment, the situation of the battle was completely reversed by Sauron. When the Goblin Fiend Warlock reacted, the 2 steel golems had already been dismantled by him. In an instant, the Goblin Fiend Warlock faced Sauron, who was swooping down from the sky, and prepared to use an instant short-distance teleportation spell to dodge. His target was the chaotic demon audience behind him. Anyway, now that the Goblin Fiend Warlock was dead, the rules of the Golumba arena were a joke. He first teleported behind the demons in the audience to confuse Sauron's sight, then used a long-distance teleportation spell to escape the battle. Very smart tactical thinking. If there were no accidents, the Goblin Fiend Warlock in front of him should be able to escape. However, an accident happened. The Goblin Fiend Warlock suddenly found a powerful force locking the space around his body, and then his short-distance teleportation spell suddenly became ineffective. Then, the Goblin Fiend Warlock felt his vision blur. He felt as if he was riding on a cloud, and he saw a corpse lying on the ground. He was dead. At the last moment of his death, only one sentence could express his feelings at the moment. You cheated. Soren's body only appeared for a moment. After killing the Goblin Fiend Warlock, he instantly activated the Evade Sight ability and disappeared from everyone's sight. He only took what he wanted with him. No one saw his real appearance because the Rune Girl's perfect explosion completely covered everything. When people reacted, they could only see the corpse of the Goblin Fiend Warlock. The true body of a god could not be known to demons because it would cause unnecessary trouble when it reached the ears of other powerful demon lords. Goblin Demon Lord Myamide, Calamity Coin was only a demon lord who ruled over a small area. If it was a demon lord that controlled a plane or even half a plane, even Sauron's main body would not have the slightest chance of victory. Target killed. Soren took the spoils of war in an instant, and then rushed towards the back of the Golumba arena. The Goblin Demon Lord must have his own treasure trove. With the Demon Lord's death, chaos was bound to descend. He had to take away enough spoils of war before the chaos erupted. As for the demon avatars left behind, they naturally needed to accumulate wealth in order to lay a foundation for the upcoming fight for territory. Under such circumstances, the demonic doppelganger was of little use. Sauron quickly left after killing the Goblin Demon Warlock, but the true body of the deity moved forward at high speed, avoiding all the guards along the way, and found its way to the treasure vault of the Garuba arena. The advantage of a rogue was so obvious. In the face of the complicated magic lock of the treasure vault, Soren did not even have the idea of opening the lock. He directly poured his divine power into the weapon and forcibly destroyed it. Then, regardless of what was inside, he used his own divine power to resist a disintegrate, a finger of death, a malicious polymorph and other scattered protective spells. Finally, he put all the spoils of war that could be taken away into the dimensional space that he opened with his divine power. This was the advantage of a god. Soren emptied the entire treasure vault in one breath. He did not have the time to count how many spoils of war there were, but the area should be more than 100 cubic meters. There were all kinds of gold and jewelry, all kinds of weapons and equipment, and all kinds of rare materials. The wealth that the Goblin Demon Lord had accumulated for hundreds of years was taken away by Soren, and even the weapons next to it were put into the dimensional space. Take it all away. Soren could expect one thing, that was, with the death of the Demon Lord, Myamide Calamity Coin's former subordinates would definitely divide its wealth and territory. Although the demon's avatar now had fame and power, it still needed time to compete for all of this. In order to fight for the greatest benefits, he could now take away as much as he could to leave behind for the demon's avatar. A terrible dragon's aura descended. Soren looked up at the sky, and in an instant he escaped into the shadows again, and then disappeared from the treasure vault. Then, there was an angry dragon roar outside the treasure vault. At the moment when the demon lord Myamide Calamity Coin died, the abyssal demon dragon that signed a contract with it finally sensed everything. As a chaotic and evil abyssal demon dragon, the first thing it did after waking up was not to find its ally to help it take revenge, but to go outside the treasure vault of its ally first. Unfortunately, it was still a step behind Soren. When the abyssal demon dragon rushed over, the whole treasure vault was already empty. Now was not the time to deal with the abyssal demon dragon. This kind of giant dragon that was assimilated by the abyss had a challenge rating of more than 25. Even the demon lord was very afraid of it. This was its territory, and Soren could not kill the powerful abyssal demon dragon in one hit, so he was ready to retreat first. The abyssal demon dragon was a product of chaos and evil. Although the order of the Golumba arena had collapsed, the contract between the abyssal demon dragon and the goblin demons was all invalid. There would be many powerful demons in the future, and maybe there would be a chance to use it. After all, for the abyssal demon dragon, It valued the treasure the most. If it did not come to an agreement, in the future, when the demon's avatar evolved into a bailer, it could still kill it and increase its strength to gain a lot of wealth. Soren left the Galumba arena. He could not stay in the abyss for too long. It would easily attract the attention of other powerful demon lords. The appearance of the god's avatar in the abyss would also cause a lot of trouble. But before leaving, he still needed to leave something for the demon's avatar, such as a legendary beheading sword that was personally made by the god, and enough resources for the demon's avatar to occupy a place. Finally, Soren also tried to find the traces of the rune girl, but at this time, she was already gone. The Galumba arena was on fire. The death of the demon lord caused the goblin guards to fall into chaos. The demons that had been suppressed for a long time launched all kinds of crazy attacks because of their chaotic nature. Under the drive of greed and ambition, the goblins were quickly defeated by the demons. There should be a new owner here. Almost all of the middle-tier and high-tier demons had this thought in their minds. Chapter 586. The chaos spread quickly. Battles immediately broke out around the Galumba arena. The demons and goblins were powerless to salvage the situation. Without the leadership of the demon lord, they became chaotic. The dramatic change happened so quickly. When Sauron retreated from the chaotic battlefield and arrived at the lava tavern, the scene in front of him happened. Master! The eyes of the succubus owner, who had a seductive face and a slave collar on her fair neck, lit up the moment she saw Sauron. She quickly came to Sauron and crawled under him. She lowered her head and kissed his toes. She said in a hurried voice, "The powerful decapitator Sauron. The lowly Renolis is willing to serve you as my master. With the sticks as my witness, I am willing to dedicate everything I have to you. Please allow me to take them as your servants." The 5 succubus maids behind the beautiful succubus owner also knelt down and kissed Sauron's toes. They swore to serve him as their master in the name of the sticks. However, she also used a little trick when she said that. Her original identity was a slave, but when she swore to serve Sauron, she became a servant. Servants and slaves were 2 different concepts. Succubus was very smart. Succubus was a high-value commodity in the abyss. At the very least, these succubus slaves were wealth that could attract any high-grade demon to fight over them. The chaos outside had made the smart Renolis guess everything. In this case, the succubus who were not strong enough could not protect themselves. They could only find a powerful master to protect their safety. Sauron, who had always lived in the lava tavern, was undoubtedly one of the candidates. Yesterday, the demon lord Miamed Calamity Coin wanted to forcefully trade dragon crystals with him. Today he died without knowing why. Even an idiot could not help but have some thoughts. Did this powerful flame devil have some incredible backer behind him? For the beautiful succubus lady boss in front of him, even if Sauron didn't have any impressive backing, just relying on his powerful strength as a Balrog, and the reputation he won in the Galumba arena was enough to protect them from being robbed and humiliated by other demons. Although succubus was naturally lustful, not everyone could accept it. They also liked handsome demons, and Sauron was undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye than other high-ranking demons. Moreover, he had rejected the tempting invitation of succubus maids, which made them value him even more. Lady Succubus's pledge of allegiance quickly calmed down the restless demons in the tavern. During this period of time, Sauron's reputation was not small. Balrog Sauron, the beheader Sauron, the powerful demon who rose to prominence in the Galumba arena, had never failed. Almost all the demons here had heard of his name. The demons who had bad intentions at the beginning had obviously put away their dirty thoughts. Succubus was a high-value commodity whether in the bottomless abyss or the Bottor Inferno. These succubus were sold at a high price to others, but now that they had sworn to serve Sauron, these neutral demons had to consider the price of offending a powerful Balrog. The chain reaction began to take effect. Lady Succubus had just sworn to serve Sauron, and the demons in the tavern who were acting as thugs immediately swore their loyalty. Servants and slaves were 2 different concepts, and they also realized that they had to do something. In this chaotic situation, the lava tavern was a hot steamed bun, and they definitely needed to hug a thick thigh to ensure their safety. Never underestimate the effect of reputation. Just as most of the demons in the lava tavern swore to serve Sauron as their master, a ferocious and ugly Onababa appeared outside. "Your Excellency Sauron." The ugly Onababa came in front of Sauron, followed by 2 other demons. The Onababa quickly walked in front of Sauron, bowed, and said, "The situation outside is getting more and more chaotic. I'm worried that other demons will take care of and rob my shop. So I would like to ask the powerful Your Excellency Sauron to provide us with protection." There were other demons following behind the Onababa. Quite a number of neutral demons had set up shop in the Garuba arena. Perhaps Sauron's lawful evil faction could easily make demons hate him, but for these neutral demons, it was easier for Sauron to gain their approval, just like how demons preferred to trade with devils instead of demons. "This is a gift for Your Excellency." The Onababa gave a look behind her, and soon a servant came over with a heavy box. When the Onababa opened it, a golden light immediately appeared. It was full of calamity coins and a few gems, and its value was probably not low. However, the Onababa seemed to be worried that Sauron would be dissatisfied, and hurriedly said, "This is just a small token of our appreciation. If Your Excellency is willing to protect our business, we will offer this amount of filial piety every month." The demonic goblins were on the verge of collapse. The chaotic situation was no longer something that the demonic goblins could control, and the Galumba arena was about to usher in a new separatist situation. The Onababa was undoubtedly a very smart person. She directly used the taxes that should have been handed over to the demonic goblins as protection fees for Sauron. In the current situation, hugging the thick thigh of a legendary Balrog was definitely more reliable than hugging the demonic goblins. It was as if she had played a leading role. Originally, there were a large number of shops near the Galumba arena, and the demons of the neutral camp were anxious to pay protection fees to Sauron, hoping that he would protect them from this chaotic crisis. The battle had begun to affect this place. If the demons rushed in next, their shops would probably be looted. Although they also had powerful guards, without a legendary powerhouse to deter the enemy, they would definitely suffer some losses. In the blink of an eye, with the lava tavern as the center of the street, almost the majority of the demons who opened shops on the street paid protection fees to Sauron. At the same time, some demons realized that this was an opportunity to rise up, and they all swore on the river Styx that they would serve Sauron as their master. However, these guys also had some tricks of their own. They swore as servants, and not as slaves. This meant that they had a certain amount of freedom, and at the same time, the right to own their own private property. Servants were servants, and slaves were slaves. The slaves themselves were one of the wealth of the master. For a time, many demons who were originally slaves of the demonic goblins had now become Sauron's servants. Chapter 587. Riding on someone's coattails was a skill. In just a short while, Sauron had gathered a group of demons under his command. Now that the street where the lava tavern was located had become his territory, he naturally needed to maintain the law and order here to ensure that the chaotic battles in other places would not affect here. The succubus lady boss of the tavern was obviously a very skilled female. Because she was the first to swear to serve Sauron as her master, she was obviously already acting like a general manager. She stood intimately beside Sauron, and began to give orders to gather the other demons. Although they only occupied a street in the Galumba arena, it was a good start for Sauron. As long as he could stabilize his current territory, he could slowly erode everything in the Galumba arena, and eventually become the owner of this arena. And his own strength still needed to be improved. Since these evil shop owners sought his protection, then Sauron had the right to kill those demons who dared to barge in here, and use their demon blood to improve his own strength. The fire spread. The Galumba arena had become a riot. Soon, other demons rushed here because there was a blacksmith shop on the street where the lava tavern was located. Some demons intended to come here to snatch weapons. Order collapsed. The chaos would inevitably cause all kinds of destruction. Some places in the Galumba arena had been turned into ruins, and the laughter of the demons could be faintly heard. However, the ambitious demons were doing the same thing as Sauron, occupying some places as their own territory. Seeing that they could not control the situation, The demons gave up on the town outside the Golumba arena and turned to put down the heavy iron gate of the arena, preparing to protect the arena itself. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. Sauron raised his flame whip and directly entangled a demon who dared to rush into his territory to loot, then swung his sword and cut off its head. Demon corpses fell one after another. Because of their chaotic nature, the demons who were crazily destroying things finally woke up. Many of them exclaimed, "Sauron! Balrog Sauron! It's Sauron the Beheader!" The power of fear spread. The demons who wanted to take advantage of the chaos quickly retreated from the territory near the lava tavern. During this time, Sauron's name as the Beheader had spread to the demons' ears. When Sauron killed Ahezru, the accumulated power finally reached a critical point. His body ignited with raging flames, and the bones all over his body made crackling sounds. His body suddenly grew to nearly 3 meters tall, and he looked like a giant full of pressure. Strange runes appeared on his dark demon horns, and mysterious demon tattoos covered his naked chest all the way to his back. The demon wings on his back became even bigger, and the wingspan was already close to 6 meters wide. The rising flames shrouded everything nearby, and all the restless demons avoided the place. The whole Golumba arena was in chaos, but the street where Sauron was sitting was very calm. A row of data appeared before his eyes. Creature level increased to 20. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. Body evolution mutation. Flaming demon. Elite form has been upgraded to Balrog form. Ability upgrade. Talent ability Flame Body has been upgraded to Flame Body. Spell-like ability Summon Demon effect has been upgraded. Spell-like ability Dominate Demon effect has been upgraded. Balrog form evolution. Basic attributes have been upgraded. Energy mutation. You have comprehended a new spell-like ability, Telekinesis. You have comprehended a new ability, Dual Wielding. Finally, he evolved into a Balrog. When his demon bloodline mutated, Sauron's aura also gradually rose. In the end, it formed a substantial pressure, making the surrounding demons and demons unable to breathe. The pressure of a greater demon. Only by evolving into a greater demon could one be qualified to become a powerful demon lord. At this time, Sauron's attributes had changed. Name Sauron. Race Demon. Form, Balrog Grade 5. Large Otherworld Creature. Transdimensional. Evil Level. Creature Level 20 Attributes. Strength 30, Agility 20, Constitution 25, Intelligence 20, Wisdom 20, Charm 23. Alignment. Lawful Evil Note. Other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP. 281375 Demonic Energy. 106, 3000. Skills. Sneak 185, Deception 125, Negotiate 115, Literacy 150, Intimidation 270, Spell Identification 120, Use Magic Device 120, Listen 115, Detect 115, Search 90 Abilities. Gaze of Fear, Spirit of Fear, Flame Body, Flame Whip, Bind, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon. Demon Skin Damage Reduction +10. Demon Resistance, all types of resistance +10. Specialization. Dual Wielding Preemptive Attack, Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery. Beheading Sword Exotic Weapon Mastery. Whip Fierce Attack. Spell-like abilities. Telekinesis Blasphemy, Greater Teleportation, Fear Cast at Will. Fireball, 5 times a day instant cast. Dominate Demon once a day. Burning Hand Summon Demon Telepathy. Legendary Realm. As Sauron became a Balrog, he also entered the Legendary Realm. However, there were not too obvious changes when a demon entered the Legendary Realm. The biggest difference was that Sauron added the large otherworld creature, crossplane, and evil symbols. This meant that he was qualified to enter the plane stage. 30 points of strength. Although he did not reach the strongest form of the Balrog, Sauron's huge body that was 3 meters tall had enough power to suppress the giant's bloodline. Balrogs were originally ferocious beheaders. If he could become a Baelor, then his strength could reach a terrifying 35 points. Sauron automatically learned the dual-wielding ability. From now on, he could use the beheading sword and the flame whip at the same time to attack. If he became a Baler, this ability would be improved. Moreover, with Sauron's foundation, it was very likely that he would be a beheader and executioner as a Baler in the future. These two professions were regarded as legendary warrior professions. Just like the legendary advanced profession, Stormlord, beheader and executioner were directly regarded as legendary melee professions, superimposed on the original creature level of the Baler. This kind of advanced Baler would become quite terrifying. Chapter 588. Update begins. The night passed quickly. The once bustling Garuba arena had fallen into disarray within a day's time. There were corpses of demons everywhere. The chaotic nature of the demons caused their long-suppressed nature to erupt. Without the deterrence of the Demon Lord, many high-grade demons' ambition led to further expansion of the riot. Perhaps it was because of the wealth of the goblins, or because they wanted to rob the demons who cheated them, or just to vent their anger. In the end, there were thousands of demon corpses left on the ground. The Lava Tavern was the only place that was intact. Now it had become Sauron's base camp. The demons who swore loyalty to him had begun to maintain the security here. Although they were unwilling to do so, Sauron didn't care about the demons' thoughts, because as long as it was an oath made with the river Styx, it would have a certain binding force. The river Styx's power was difficult to estimate with common sense because it involved the soul. Many gods couldn't be exempted from this binding force. Currently, the Galumba arena had formed a separatist scene. The territory in the south belonged to a powerful soul judgment demon. It was a veteran high-grade demon here. The territory in the north belonged to a six-armed snake demon. It was the subordinate of the original Demon Lord, and now it quickly controlled a group of demons. In the east was the Lava Tavern, and Sauron had become the ruler here. The last one was the Galumba arena in the west. Now the gate was closed, and the remaining demons and goblins were trying to defend this land. The situation had become quite tense. However, Sauron didn't care because his energy was focused on his main body. Although Sauron had expected the Demon Lord to be rich, he didn't expect it to be this rich. The messy gemstones and gold added up to almost 500,000 Kindler. This guy was richer than many dragons. More importantly, there were all kinds of strange materials. The bottomless abyss was an important source of materials in the lower planes. The Demon Lord collected a large number of high-grade materials. Sauron found 5 demon stones alone. The other 3 were similar. But there was one that was only the size of a fist and weighed more than 200 kilograms. It was a destructive substance from the void. The last piece was rather special. This was because it had a diamond-like structure. It was only the size of a fingernail, but it weighed up to 50 kilograms. Even Sauron, as a god, could not tell what it was exactly, but it must have come from the astral plane. He still had to take what he needed to take. He couldn't leave anything too eye-catching for the demon incarnation, to prevent others from associating the demon incarnation with the death of the goblin demon lord. That was why Sauron decided to leave a piece of equipment for his demon incarnation. A legendary beheading sword. As a god, Sauron had his own unique abilities. He used his divine power to change the structure of the sword, and fused it with one of the demon stones. After that, the +2 rare grade weapon became a legendary weapon. Sauron named it Slayer. Item type: Slayer +2 item grade. Tier 2 legendary description. This is an executioner's sword that has been infused with the power of the demon stone. After being forged with divine power, it possesses extraordinary strength. It can directly cut through other weapons, but because of its heavy weight, it requires enough strength to be used flexibly. Requirements: 18 strength requirement +2. Effects: Demon Stone's characteristics: Beheading characteristic, Sharpness characteristic, +8 sharpness, +7 penetration, +5 toughness, +5 armor break, +5 fire damage. Weapon special effect: Demon Stone's characteristics. This weapon has been infused with a special demon stone, which makes the weapon extremely heavy. It can cause more damage to the enemy, but it also causes strength requirement +2. Weapon special effect: Beheading characteristic. This weapon can cause more damage when it is used as a beheading attack. Weapon special effect. Sharpness. Because of the power of the Demon Stone, this weapon can cut through all non-rare grade weapons in battle. There is a high chance that a rare grade weapon will be cut through, and a small chance that a legendary weapon will be cut through. It was a beheading sword that was burning with flames. It was the work of a god. Although it was not at the level of a divine artifact, it had a powerful characteristic. That is, it could cut through the enemy's weapon. The biggest characteristic of the destructive substance was that it could cut through all non-rare grade weapons. The same applied to rare grade weapons, and even legendary weapons could be cut through. The weight and density of the material made it quite amazing in terms of sharpness and penetration. This weapon was even more dangerous than icing death. However, its weakness was also quite obvious because it weighed over 100 kilograms. Only a being like the demon incarnation could use it flexibly. The beheading sword was originally a two-handed weapon. When using a two-handed weapon, there was also an obvious requirement on the size of the body. The demon incarnation could use it flexibly, but it was rather inconvenient for the main body. This was a weapon specially prepared for the Balrog. A gentle sea breeze blew against his face. When Ol Seadog woke up, he found himself drifting on a beach. In front of him was a barren land. After waking up a little, he immediately felt the hunger in his stomach. Is there anyone alive? Ol Seadog stood up and shouted. Unfortunately, he didn't receive any response. Almost all of his men were dead. He couldn't help but feel dejected, but it wasn't enough to knock down this man who had been drifting on the sea all year round. After checking his body and confirming that he wasn't seriously injured, he took his weapon and walked towards the beach. Damn that storm! Traveling on the sea would inevitably lead to some disasters. Even Ol Seadog himself didn't expect that his fleet would encounter a terrible storm while escorting goods to an eastern kingdom. His ship sank. Most of his sailors were dead, or else he wouldn't know where he drifted to. He was feeling very depressed because even with his rich sailing experience, he didn't know where he drifted to. He was sure that this was the Eastern world. Due to the terrible radiation in the Eastern world, many lands had become quite barren. This was a certain continent in the Eastern Sea. Ol Seadog couldn't be sure if it was a continental shelf or a large and desolate island. He didn't have the energy to study too much. He had to fill his stomach and ensure his survival before slowly considering other things. I hope Sir Soren won't blame me. Ol Seadog smacked his lips and couldn't help but curse. Son of a bitch. I'm in trouble. My territory is definitely going to be taken over by the Cyclops. I have to find a way to return. This was an unfamiliar continent. Even he wasn't sure where it was because there weren't many plants on this barren land. As if something had left an irreparable wound on this land. Chapter 589. Everything before his eyes was so desolate. Ol Seadog dragged his weary body forward, feeling as though his mouth was about to crack and bleed. Ahead of him, he could only see scattered weeds. For some unknown reason, these weeds were actually black in color, causing one's hair to stand on end. The environment here was much worse compared to the outer islands. Not only did Ol Seadog fail to find any food, he had also expended a lot of his stamina. He couldn't help but sit down and curse. What the hell is this place? Why can't I find anything to eat? There was no food. There was no fresh water. Ol Seadog could feel his stamina deteriorating rapidly. At this rate, he feared he would be trapped to death. No. I have to save myself. Ol Seadog forced himself to crawl back up and continued walking along the desolate beach muttering, No. I can't die here. It wasn't easy for me to climb to the rank of chieftain. How can I die here for no reason? The desire to survive drove him forward. However, everything before his eyes remained incomparably desolate, as though this land had been cursed. Asterisk squeak squeak asterisk. A bizarre sound echoed from a clump of weeds ahead. Ol Seadog's eyes abruptly lit up as he pulled out his dagger and rushed forward. He rapidly dug through the weeds and soon found a rat nest. Inside the nest was a type of rat with gray fur and sharp teeth. This ferocious rat bit Ol Seadog's arm. However, Ol Seadog ignored the blood flowing out from his arm and stabbed the rat to death with his dagger. Then he hungrily swallowed the rat's blood and bones. His stamina finally began to recover. Only now did Ol Seadog have some strength to continue his exploration. After walking for half a day, when the sun became increasingly intense, something finally appeared in his vision. An incomparably colossal statue. Its height was probably over 100 meters. At present, only half of its body remained. In front of him was a river, while on the left was another colossal statue. However, all that was left was a pair of severed legs. Where the hell is this? Ol Seadog's expression turned somewhat panicked. Based on his knowledge, he should have heard of such a landmark. However, he had never heard of it before. This meant that he had arrived at a completely foreign land. A river flowed between the two statues. After drinking several mouthfuls of water, Ol Seadog carefully observed his surroundings. He then noticed a weathered stone tablet. The words on it were already very blurred, but with his knowledge of antiques, he could still determine that it had existed for a very long time. It's not the Eastern Kingdom. Ol Seadog's face was pale as he muttered to himself. Where the hell have I been blown to by the wind and waves? Passed through the statue. His field of vision gradually widened. It was a barren land. The red soil looked as if it had been burned by a raging fire. There were barely any living creatures. There was a huge hill in the distance. In order to get a better view, Ol Seadog frantically ran over. However, when he stood in front of the huge hill, his expression froze. Because he saw someone. In other words, the humongous hill in front of him was in the shape of a human. He saw an arm buried in sand and a huge petrified head. He didn't know how big the giant's body was. Just the part that was exposed above the ground was like a hill. Woo woo woo. A strange wind blew, as if there was something very frightening in the distance. Ol Seadog couldn't help but shiver. This place is too strange. Ol Seadog hesitated, not knowing if he should continue forward or return to the coast. This was an unfamiliar continent. He couldn't determine its size, but it was certainly not as vast as the continental shelf. This should be the eastern part of the world, because such a strange place could only exist in the east. A faint shout could be heard. Ol Seadog stood at the top of the hill. Because the surroundings were barren, he could see a small shadow from afar. Someone is calling me? Ol Seadog vigilantly looked towards the direction of the huge stone statue with pleasant surprise. He saw a small boat. It was the kind of lifeboat that could only fit a few people. Usually, it would be suspended from a large ship. Motherfucker. Ol Seadog cried out in excitement and ran towards that direction, muttering to himself. I thought those bastards were all dead. Who would have thought there were still a few bastards alive? It was a fleet of merchant ships heading towards the east. There were a total of 6 ships, 4 cargo ships and 2 warships. Even if they encountered such a huge storm, it was impossible for all of them to perish. It seemed his luck was pretty good. Some of his men were washed here by the waves. Boss! A pirate with a ferocious face rushed over and excitedly said, You're not dead. That's great. Ol Seadog slapped him and curled his lips, saying, Even if you're dead, I won't die. Is there anyone else? Only the 3 of you are left. Where are the things? Did anything from the ships get washed here? There were hundreds of people on board and 6 ships. Ol Seadog was still holding on to a trace of hope, hoping that one of the ships would be washed here by the waves. There are still more than 10. A pirate lackey beside him spoke. 2 of them can't be saved. We came over to scout the situation. A ship is stranded on the beach over there, but the hull is badly damaged. Most of our brothers are dead. But there are still some supplies. It was a little better than he expected. Ol Seadog's complexion looked a lot better as he ordered. Let's head back first. This place is very strange. Who knows if there are any damn things here? The ship was still here. Even if it was damaged, there were still some things left inside. With a few more surviving subordinates by his side, Ol Seadog's mind became active. After a while, he would investigate the situation here. If it was really a desolate and ownerless land, it would be considered as a discovery. The trade with the East this time was basically ruined. If he returned to the south coast, he might even be punished. If he could find something here, he might be interested in asking Sir Soren to give him a way out. After all, Sir Soren's ambition was very big. Although this place looked like a godforsaken place, it might be of some use. After returning, he planned to organize a group of people to explore this place and make a nautical chart to determine the location. There were many unknown places in the ocean. Because it was easy to encounter sea monsters in the deep sea, there were some places that pirates had never been to. Looking at the situation here, Ol Seadog intuitively felt that this was a new land without a master. Perhaps a great disaster happened in a certain era, resulting in this desolate place. Eastern Sea Region. If he could find a place to stay in the Eastern Sea Region, he might be able to make up for his mistakes and maintain his current position. After all, his subordinates had already guessed that Sir Soren was preparing to reach into the Eastern Sea Region. Chapter 590. Back to the coast. Ol Seadog saw a big ship stranded, but the hull was broken and leaking. Even the mast was broken. There were corpses of his men on the beach, and the survivors were collecting these corpses. No matter what others said, even if they were notorious pirates, these people were after all brothers who fought back to back. They should at least have a decent grave if they died in a shipwreck. Ol Seadog's expression was a little sad. Although he ate, drank, gambled, and did all kinds of evil, these men were his own team. Many of them were old brothers who had followed him for many years, and a few of them had saved his life. Now that they all died here, he always felt suffocated in his heart. These were the elites of Mordor, and there were veterans who had fought with other pirate kings. They did not die under the enemy's sword, but died in a storm. It was really sad to think about it. Pack up. Ol Seadog saw the body of a young man. This was the nephew of one of his old brothers. He had followed Ol Seadog for a long time. He had also received assassin training in Motor City. His skills were quite good. This young man, who was supposed to be very promising, had now become a cold corpse. Ol Seadog squatted down and closed his eyes. The corners of his eyes were a little wet. Almost all of them were dead. Hundreds of brothers, I don't know how many of them survived. Ol Seadog couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. At that time, the navigator told him that the storm was approaching, but he was greedy to reach the Eastern Kingdom as soon as possible. As a result, the fleet did not dock for a day and was directly caught by the terrible storm. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel pain and self-blame. The pirates of Mordor were all veterans, and their friendship was accumulated with blood and fire when they conquered other pirates. Now that so many people were dead and injured, even if he went back alive, he didn't know how to explain it to Sir Soren. Ol Seadog was not decadent for long. Soon he stood up again and said in a deep voice, "Everyone pack up the things that can be used. No matter what, we have to get out of here alive." His men quickly moved. With a leader, they had a backbone. The materials on the broken ship were collected little by little. "Boss!" At this moment, a limping pirate arrived before Ol Seadog and handed him a black flag. "This thing is still here. Should we bring it along?" "Black flag. The flag of Mordor City." "Nonsense." With a slap, Ol Seadog snatched the flag away, picked up a wooden stick and inserted it into the ground. The black chess piece fluttered in the sea breeze on this unfamiliar land. Ol Seadog stood on the beach and gazed into the distance, muttering, "The black flag is still there. Our sixth fleet hasn't been destroyed yet. When we encounter other pirates, we can still regroup." The subordinate next to him didn't understand and muttered, "Just a few of us. Can you swallow up the other pirates?" Slap. Another slap was delivered. Ol Seadog glared at him and said in a deep voice, "Mordor City annexed other pirates. One black flag is enough." These words were spoken with a heroic spirit. But Ol Seadog's heart was still a little weak. If it was the south coast, naturally one black flag would be enough. Those small groups of pirates had to cry and shout to join Mordor City. But this place belonged to the Eastern Sea, and Ol Seadog wasn't sure if the black flag of Mordor City had that kind of power in this strange sea. No matter what, the flag was the morale. This black flag couldn't be lost. Windspear Hills North. This was the territory of Barren Narrows. It was a territory that wasn't very rich or eye-catching, and it was backed by a mountain range. There were always some eccentric guys among the nobles. Barren Narrows was such a person. He rarely dealt with other nobles. His family had been passed down for hundreds of years. It had never declined, but it had never risen. There was not enough fertile land here, so the taxes were not much. The population was only about half of the population of other lords. Many of them were mountain people who relied on hunting for a living. But there was something else here. The cold night wind blew out from the valley. 2 young men were standing guard around a bonfire. The temperature here dropped a lot at night. As a slightly different creature, they were actually afraid of the cold. Because they were snake people. They were born cold-blooded animals. Even if they disguised themselves well, their nature couldn't be changed. "It's so cold." One of the young men approached the bonfire and said in a slightly cursed tone, "That bitch Ulrika is back." "Yes." The other man nodded. The young man seemed to be very disgusted with the woman named Ulrika. He cursed, "Why didn't that bitch die outside? Last time she went out on a mission. So many people died and only she came back. Since she came back, it has been strange." Later, there were even people from the Fear sect who came to find her. If you ask me, the failure of the mission must have something to do with her. She should be executed directly. His companion next to him didn't answer, which made the young man feel strange. He turned his head and took a look, but found that the other party was staring blankly ahead. His eyes seemed to be shrouded in fear. Horrifying. This situation almost scared him. When he looked at the direction of his companion's line of sight, he suddenly felt a little strange. There was a little girl in front of him. She was a very, very cute little girl. She looked to be around 10 years old, and was wearing a black princess dress. Her delicate legs were covered with snow-white stockings and a pair of exquisite leather boots. She looked at the 2 people in front of her with a smile. Her smile was so cute and moving that it was as if she was a little angel that had fallen to earth. However, everything in front of him made him involuntarily feel cold all over. Even his body began to stiffen. An indescribable sense of fear shrouded his mind. "Finally found them." The cute little girl clapped her little hands and muttered to herself, "Vivian, do you think we should kill them? Or kill them?" She was strangely talking to herself. Some kind of power shrouded the 2 young snake people, making them unable to make a sound even if they wanted to shout. "Lillian." The cute little girl stood on the spot and muttered to herself. She whispered, "These 2 people may be of some use. The snake people are a very excellent race. Maybe we can consider controlling them first, and then conquering the Fear sect." "Okay. Then let's not kill them first. Let's go and see another little toy." Hee. It turns out that the Fear sect has found our little toy. No wonder that happened. A light breeze blew. The 2 young snake people suddenly regained consciousness, but their bodies were still shrouded in a chill. Too terrifying. Although she looked like a cute little girl, her aura was too terrifying. Chapter 591. Writing is very smooth today. In the exquisitely built manor, a group of guards was waiting outside. Today was the day when Baron Narrows welcomed a distinguished guest. Lady Adele, Isabella, the descendant of Queen Isabella who had returned from Arundel, was invited to come here for a day of play. In the vicinity of the Windspear Hills, the Isabella clan was the absolute ruler. There were 2 barons nearby who had the descendant of Queen Isabella, and a viscount who managed a large territory in the Windspear Hills. During this period, many nobles had boarded Arundel's route through Lady Adele, Isabella. It was said that as long as the fleet returned, they could earn a lot of profits. Baron Narrows's territory was relatively barren. Because there were mountains on 3 sides, there was not much land that could be reclaimed. Therefore, he planned to invest in marine trade today. Of course, he had a deeper idea if there was a chance to implement it. "Baron." A middle-aged man dressed as a butler came to Baron Narrows's side and whispered, "Lady Adele, Isabella went out to hunt with her entourage. The people you need to arrange are all in place." Baron Narrows was a middle-aged man with a cold appearance. He looked very handsome, but there was an indescribable strangeness on his face. If one looked closely, his gaze was as cold as a snake, and the outline of his face was too sharp. "Very good." Baron Narrows nodded slightly and said slowly, "Is Ulrika back?" How did she get involved with the Fear Church? These fear believers are troublesome. We can't get too close to them. The Nagas had long been mixed in with humans. Many of them were like vampires, living in seclusion in remote areas as small nobles. Most of the Nagas were mixed blood, so it was difficult to distinguish them. Even if someone knew, both sides would take a step back. I don't think so. The middle-aged butler shook his head and said, Your Excellency, I suggest we deal with her. Since the last mission failed, many people have been dissatisfied with her. Baron Narrows looked hesitant. He hesitated because Ulrika was actually his illegitimate daughter. The Nagas could not only reproduce with other Nagas, but they also had no reproductive isolation with humans. Therefore, many Nagas were born this way. The purebred Nagas were oviparous. However, the mixed-blood Nagas became viviparous. Baron Narrows didn't have much affection for his daughter, but she was still his daughter. He didn't want her to be punished too severely. Even cold-blooded animals had a little bit of familial ties. I understand. Baron Narrows thought for a moment and waved his hand. Lock her up when she comes back. Don't torture her. The middle-aged butler nodded slightly and said, Yes, Lord Baron. Baron Narrows turned to look out the window and slowly said, The focus is still on Lady Adele Isabella. She has an important role in the growth of our family. Understood. The middle-aged butler nodded and left. Outside a dense forest, Adele Isabella changed her clothes and rode on a black horse. On the surface, she was hunting with her men, but in fact, she was observing the environment of the territory. The Windspear Hills was the key to Sir Soren's plan. This place was directly connected to the sunken ship islands, and it was also very close to the inland area. She had heard a little about Baron Narrows. This was a family with snake blood. They were obstacles that needed to be cleaned up. In just a few months, Adele Isabella had already gained her own reputation in the south. She was also secretly operating. Now she was just waiting for the right opportunity. Let's stop here. Adele Isabella gently waved her hand and said, We will go to the manor. Tell the people below to be careful. This Baron Narrows seems to have some bad intentions. However, at this moment, a guard suddenly exclaimed in front. Who is it? A tall figure walked out from the forest. Adele Isabella glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. It was a woman with a rather gorgeous appearance. Adele Isabella didn't know why, but looking at her made her feel uncomfortable. It was as if she was facing Baron Narrows. However, at this moment, a little girl wearing a black princess dress walked out from behind the woman. She looked like a little angel who had fallen from the mortal world. When Adele Isabella saw the other party's appearance, she suddenly trembled. She directly jumped down from the horse and knelt down in front of the little girl. Miss, why are you here? Immediately behind Adele Isabella, the masters who were responsible for protecting her also knelt down on one knee and said with a surprised expression, Miss? Miss. Everyone in Mordor City knew the little princess, His Highness Vivian, His Excellency Soren's sweetheart. These people who were selected to perform the task were all masters. Many of them were high-grade professions. How could these people not hear of Vivian's name? She was the treasure of Mordor City. Ha! Vivian raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, tilted her head and glanced at Adele Isabella, then said a little surprised, It's you. Your hair has changed color. Why are you here? Brothers' men. She had seen some of them before. The little girl's memory had always been very good. Their appearance here was probably related to her brother's plan. However, she also had her own plan. Okay. The little girl gently clapped her hands and said slowly, Since you are here, I want to conquer this land. With your help, it should be much easier. The other people present looked at each other. Adele Isabella's expression was a little stiff, but she still braced herself and said, Conquer here? What was the miss doing? Vivian glanced at the gorgeous woman beside her, who was as silent as a cicada in winter, and a sinister smile appeared on her face as she said in a crisp voice, The lord of this place is a snake person, and they are of some use to me. This woman is my servant. She is the lord's illegitimate daughter. Let's kill the lord later, and then let her control the snake men. It's a very simple matter. The other people present twitched their mouths. Adele Isabella's forehead was overflowing with cold sweat, and she said carefully, "Your Excellency Vivian, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Many of them may not be willing to obey you." Clap, clap, clap. The little girl gently patted her white little hands and chuckled. "I know. But I don't have time to waste here, so those who don't want to obey me should just die." The sun was shining brightly. For some reason, the other people present suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They suddenly thought of His Excellency Soren, who was the real god of death. They thought that Vivian was just a little girl, but they forgot that she was His Excellency Soren's sister. She might also be a god of death. Chapter 592. Baron Nero's Mansion. This exquisite noble manor was filled with a faint smell of blood. The carefully watered mandala flowers were now broken, and there were a few cold corpses in the corner. However, these corpses were a little different. They gradually changed after death. A layer of silver-white scales appeared on the surface of their skin. It looked like they had psoriasis. These were all mixed-blood Nagas. The blood of the Nagas turned them into creatures between humans and snakes. Mississippi. Now Adele Isabella was wearing a tight leather armor, revealing her tall and moving figure. She was holding a long sword in her hand, which was still stained with blood. There were other high-grade professions from Mordor City nearby, and there were many snake people's corpses scattered on the ground. Baron Nero's was among these corpses. Part of his brain had been corroded by strong acid. As a half-legendary Naga, he should have died the most aggrieved death. He didn't even have time to react before he was drowned by the sea of spells. In terms of the ability to cast instant spells, Soren could only carry Vivian's shoes. In a round of attacks, Arcane Missiles X8, Flame Arrows X3, and Melf's Acid Arrows X3, a quasi-legendary Naga Lord was killed by Vivian on the spot. The little girl originally had a very high level of Warlock, and now she was also a part-time wizard. It could be said that she completely crushed the majority of spellcasters in terms of spell slots, especially when it came to low-level spell slots. Vivian's intelligence and charm were extremely high, and just the number of first-level spell slots added up to a terrifying 13. The poor Baron Nero's was shot into a sieve. The rest of the battle was left to Adele Isabella and her elite subordinates. The Nagas did not have much ability to resist, and were quickly suppressed. Mississippi, a Naga who looked like a middle-aged butler, was brought in front of Vivian. Adele went over and kicked his knee, forcing him to kneel in front of the little girl. Vivian's expression was very calm. She looked at the Naga in front of her and said slowly, "Surrender, or die?" It was a very simple question. The middle-aged Naga struggled, but in the end he shook his head and a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. Disintegrate. A green beam of light shot out, and the middle-aged Naga butler was disintegrated just like that. Vivian calmly waved her small white hand and nonchalantly said, "Next." The second Naga was brought up. The little girl asked the same question again, "Submit or die?" A second corpse appeared. Vivian did not seem to be impatient. When the third Naga was brought up, she still had the same expression. She calmly said, "Submit or die?" At this moment, the Nagas could no longer suppress the fear on their faces. Even the nearby advanced professionals kept quiet out of fear, as if they saw the shadow of Sir Soren and Vivian. Back then, the Order of the South Coast was established amidst such peaceful but cruel killings. "I'm willing to serve you." The Naga knelt in front of Vivian. At the same time, a special wave of magic emerged, accompanied by the pressure of the domain of fear. Vivian left her enslavement mark on the Naga in front of her. Fear could help her enslave servants. Everything in front of them was still going on. Vivian asked methodically, and any Naga who refused would be killed mercilessly. The whole process was simple but efficient. Soon, Vivian's new servants had finished counting. There were a total of 123 Nagas. All of them were professionals. Excluding the female Nagas who were not strong in combat, there were still more than 50 Nagas whose strength was above grade 2, and 12 of them had reached grade 3 or above. Just like that, a useful armed force was born. Time passed quietly. During this time, something happened near the Windspear Hills. That was, a lord near the Wind Spear Hills accidentally died under the attack of the evil Nagas. These evil Nagas attacked Baron Narrows and killed him and his 2 sons in cold blood. Although Lady Adele Isabella from Arundel went to visit at that time, and the advanced professionals brought by the lady were fully protected, they still suffered heavy losses. More than half of Baron Narrows's guards were killed or injured, and even he himself died of exhaustion after heroically killing 3 evil Nagas. Now the one who took over this territory was Baron Narrows's daughter, Ulrika. She was now the only direct heir of Baron Narrows. This matter slowly spread from the territory to the outside. At the same time, many noble lords saw the bodies of the murderers brought out by Lady Adele Isabella. These ferocious Nagas also suffered heavy losses. On the one hand, the nobles in the south mourned the tragedy of Baron Narrows. On the other hand, they gloated to see if they could get some benefits. Witnesses, physical evidence, and the bodies of the murderers. Even if everything in front of them was strange, no one was willing to delve into it. Because too many things had happened recently. All of this was done by the Mordor Intelligence Organization. Since knowing that the young lady had made such a big mess, the half-elf first mate was so anxious that he almost lost a few strands of hair. However, he quickly realized that this was an opportunity to show off his abilities, so he quickly mobilized his intelligence network and contacted Adele Isabella in front of him. This was the first time he had cooperated with his competitor, and the whole incident was completely turned in their favor. A noble couldn't die without knowing why. It was too easy to attract trouble. That was why they mobilized the huge intelligence network of Mordor and finally directed such a scene. Baron Narrows was attacked and killed by the evil Nagas. His only daughter, Ulrika, became the heir. Adele Isabella expressed her deep condolences. Many nobles accused the evil Nagas of attacking the nobles, and then sympathized with them on the surface. Everything seemed to have passed by. The half-elf first mate once again showed his flexible political skills, and Adele Isabella got closer to the young lady because of this incident. Both sides could be said to have gained something. However, this incident also gave Adele Isabella an inspiration. She thought of how to get rid of a few annoying nobles reasonably, and then complete the task given by Sir Soren. Since there was the first time a noble was attacked by the Nagas, it was normal for there to be a second time, right? Maybe. There should be more traces of Nagas in the south. If someone died in the hands of the Nagas, then everything would be logical, right? The web of conspiracy from Mordor City had now shrouded the sky above the Wind Spear Hills. Chapter 593. Outer Islands, Mordor City. It was quite troublesome to go to the abyss, but it was easy to come back from the abyss. Soren quietly left a teleportation mark on the 3rd floor of the abyss, and then directly teleported back to the laboratory in Mordor City. However, as soon as he returned to Mordor City, he received a piece of bad news. One of his fleets had encountered a terrible storm. Now some had sunk, and some had gone missing. Only one ship had safely arrived in the Eastern Sea. It was inevitable to encounter wind and waves while sailing in the sea, and it was normal to have some shipwrecks. However, Soren had a close relationship with the sea goddess. There had never been such a big accident on the south coast. Now a fleet was scrapped directly in the turbulent sea, and a pirate leader's life was unknown. This matter was also more troublesome for him. It was necessary to redeploy people to form a fleet. The profit of the Eastern trade was quite amazing. The missing pirate leader also needed someone to replace him. There were hundreds of people lost. Many of them were elites. He was afraid that he would have to transfer troops from Mordor. After all, the Eastern Sea was not Soren's territory, and the guard fleet was configured according to the standard warships. So many people died. Family members also needed to be comforted. Soren had already established a pension system. Many pirates were single, but sailors and merchants still needed to be settled down. Fortunately, Mordor City was very rich, otherwise it would be troublesome to compensate so many people. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Soren learned about the fallen witch's experiment. He was not opposed to it personally, as long as nothing happened. During this time, he had accumulated a lot of divine power. The power of faith was fermenting. The The believers in Mordor City prayed according to the law every day, and the power of faith provided to Soren was increasing day by day. This divine power could be stored for battle, but it could also be used to improve his own ability. Soren chose the latter without a doubt. After consuming 10 divine power, a row of data appeared in front of him. Consume 10 divine power. Conversion of laws. You have mastered the ability of divinity, astral teleportation. Consume 20 divine power. Conversion of laws. You have mastered the ability of divinity, plane teleportation. 2 teleportation abilities. The first was a basic ability that allowed him to teleport to the astral plane. The second was an advanced ability that allowed him to teleport to any plane, as long as Soren had the correct spatial coordinates. It was not a problem even if there were no spatial coordinates. It was just that it was easy to make mistakes during teleportation, and be randomly teleported to a certain place in that plane. At this moment, it was only then that Soren truly possessed the power of a god. Countless realms were now open to him. As long as he wasn't worried about being teleported to the wrong place, Soren could freely teleport to many realms. The plane barrier could no longer stop him. As long as he was not afraid of death, he could even be teleported to mountain paradise. At this moment, Soren's accumulation of divine power had reached a certain level, and the door to the true power of divine power was now open to him. Space manipulation divinity ability. Gods have the power to manipulate space. With a certain amount of divine power, gods can manipulate the space around them, including enlarging, shrinking, destroying, creating, and more. With a large amount of divine power, gods can even change the laws of space in some realms. I was stunned. Consume 150,000 slaughter EXP, or 150 divine power points to master. Change reality divinity ability. Gods have the ability to change reality. Under the condition of consuming a certain amount of divine power, gods can change reality according to their own will. This kind of change can be temporary or permanent, but it requires a large amount of divine power. Consume 150,000 slaughter EXP, or 150 divine power points to master. Cold immunity divinity immunity. Gods can be immune to some damage. After mastering this ability, gods will be immune to any cold damage. No spells or other damage will work on gods. This immunity includes any legendary spells. Even other gods will not be able to hurt you with cold attacks. Consume 500,000 slaughter EXP, or 50 divine power points to master. Fire immunity divinity immunity. Gods can be immune to some damage. After mastering this ability, gods will be immune to any fire damage. No spells or other damage will work on gods. This immunity includes any legendary spells. Even other gods will not be able to hurt you with fire attacks. Consume 500,000 slaughter EXP, or 50 divine power points to master. Immunity to instant death effects divinity immunity. Deities are immune to certain effects. After mastering this ability, deities are immune to all instant death effects. Any effects that trigger instant death will not work on deities. This damage immunity effect includes any legendary spells. Even other gods can't trigger an instant death attack to kill you. Consume 500,000 slaughter EXP, or 50 divine power points to master. Divinity power. This was why the other gods focused on increasing the power of their divinity, and gradually underestimated their own power. The reason was simple. The starting point of the two abilities was too big. The power of gods could be immune to fire, cold, acid, instant death effects, and so on. If they pursued attack power, they could master the ability to change space, change reality, change size, and so on. Professions were only the power of professions. However, gods controlled the power of the laws. Even if a weak god controlled the power of the laws, it was enough to crush most professions. Soren cared more about the immunity to damage. In the situation where there was no way to contact the kingdom of God, changing space and reality was not very useful. However, immunity to cold and fire was very useful. This meant that more than 60 to 70% of evocation spells would be completely ineffective against him. If there was also immunity to instant death effects, then finger of death, disintegrate, annihilation, and so on. Any methods that relied on instant death effects to kill enemies were all ineffective against him. It completely wiped out the possibility that some enemies could rely on luck to kill him. But it was a pity. The speed of divine power accumulation was very slow. Soren currently only had 36 divine power points left. If he added some slaughter EXP, he could choose one from immunity to fire damage or immunity to cold damage. However, Soren did not plan to do so at the moment, because the slaughter EXP he accumulated had a greater use. That was to raise the level of Shadow Dancer from level 8 to level 10 in one go and directly master the Shadow domain. Chapter 594. There was more data on this one. Shadow Dancer could only be upgraded to level 10 at most. As a special advanced profession, it also had its own limits. In the future, unless Soren advanced to another special profession of Rogue, he could only upgrade the profession level of Rogue. Max level Shadow Dancer. For Soren, who had a little bit of OCD deep in his heart, this was undoubtedly the first choice. Not to mention that he also had the domain of Rogue, so in this case he could easily master the Shadow domain. A new domain ability. After having the Pirate domain, Soren would have a second domain ability. But this was not the most important thing. More importantly, if Soren had the Shadow domain, then his ability could be reflected back to his believers. From now on, Soren's priests would have an additional domain power that they could access. The Shadow domain could give them a natural stealth ability, and thus the ability of the Shadow plane. In short, this meant that Soren's priests would have the stealth bonus of most rogues, and they would have a higher understanding of shadows. However, there was a price to pay for this. Soren's relationship with the Shadow Lord would be worse because of this, and the possibility of conflict between the two sides would be higher and higher. On one hand, it was the increased power, and on the other hand, there were potential enemies. Soren did not hesitate for too long, and made a decision. If the enemy wanted to come, then so be it. He had accumulated more and more strength. Although he was just a new god, he had gradually gained a foothold. A row of data appeared in front of him. Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 9. Received 37 DX 29 plus, INT 25 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 15, profession HP 8 plus, con 24 to 10, *0. 5. You have received a free attribute point. You have received a talent point. Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 10. Receive 37 DX 29 plus, INT 25 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 15, profession HP 8 plus, con 24 to 10, *0. 5. Your intuitive evasion proficiency, reflex evasion proficiency, and flexible mind abilities have been upgraded. Your Shadow Control ability has been upgraded to Shadow Dominator. Your Shadow Jump 200m ability has been upgraded to Shadow Jump 300m. Domain Control. The power of Shadow has been integrated into your body and soul. You have mastered the legendary ability Shadow Realm. Divine Power Change. Godhood Fusion. Divinity Fusion. Your legendary rogue ability Shadow Domain has been transformed into Divinity Domain Shadow. The power of the shadows seeped into his body. Soren could vaguely feel the power of the law fusing with him. It wasn't just a physical fusion, but also a fusion of his divinity and divinity. The power of the Shadow Domain. Almost as soon as he fused with this power, he sensed a powerful and dangerous shadow. Of course, that powerful and dangerous shadow also sensed Soren. Under normal circumstances, professionals should have first mastered the Shadow Domain, and then turned it into the Shadow Domain when they had the possibility of ascending to godhood. It looked the same, but in fact there was a big difference, because the Shadow Domain was only a legendary ability, while the Domain Shadow was a basic ability belonging to a god. It could be used as a springboard to master the Shadow Clergy. The Shadow Lord sensed him. Soren also sensed the Shadow Lord. As he mastered the Shadow Domain, He was also qualified to kill the Shadow Lord and take over the Shadow Clergy. A moment of collision. Soren's face was slightly pale, because when he was fusing with the Shadow Domain, the Shadow Lord taught him a small lesson. It was as if warning him not to challenge himself. Soren's face was pale, but in the end he took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. The battle between the gods was cruel. Even if it was just a potential threat, the Shadow Lord didn't mind showing his great power. The short confrontation quickly passed. Soren temporarily put down the Shadow Lord's mental attack on him and began to distribute the attribute points he got. One free attribute point was added to dexterity, raising it to 30 points. The dexterity of a god. As if he had broken through a certain threshold. Soren even felt light, as if he could ride the wind and return home. One talent point. Without even looking at the legendary ability, Soren directly chose Perfect Dual Wielding. A true dual-wielding ability. Soren's most terrifying ability was the ability to upgrade. It could perfectly replicate the attack of both sides. Perfect dual-wielding legendary ability. Your left hand and right hand have been trained to a near-perfect state. When you launch any physical attack, your left hand can perfectly replicate the number of attacks you can launch with your right hand. This powerful legendary ability is not discounted at all. You won't suffer any damage reduction. From now on, there are not many enemies in the entire multiverse who can match your speed and number of attacks. It had taken shape. His combat ability had finally taken shape. At this moment, Soren even wanted to roar to the sky. Because now, even if he was facing other gods, he didn't have the slightest fear. 12 slashes in a second. If he used greater haste, Soren's attack number and speed could continue to increase. If he could master Whirlwind in the future, Soren even had a 90% chance of using the legendary Bladestorm. Perfect dual wielding. From now on, Soren's attack speed was enough to make him look down on many creatures in the multiverse. At this moment, Soren's attributes had changed. Name, Soren, Saint Form, Minor Divine Power Race, Half-Elf Son of Slaughter. Attributes. Strength 21 plus 9, Giant Strength plus 6, Dexterity 30 plus 4, Constitution 24 plus 4, Intelligence 25 plus 4, Wisdom 18 plus 3, Charm 19 plus 3. Alignment, Lawful Evil Profession. Level 10 Commoner / Level 7 Rogue, 052-6500, / Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max / Level 10 Wizard, 021-7500, / Level 1 Arcanist, 0255000, Grade 5 Health Points, 385385, Strength and Experience Points, 15075 Slaughter EXP, 3545 Profession EXP, Unassigned Skill Points, None Attribute Points, None Legend Level, 100 Divinity Points, 40 Minor Divinity, requires 100 points to upgrade, Minor Divinity. Divinity Points, 15 Minor Divinity. Requires 30 points to upgrade, Minor Divinity. Divine Power Points, 37300. Requires 100 Divine Power Points to upgrade, to Minor Divine Power. Grasps the Law of God's Form Change. The limit of the divinity in the past was 300 points. Clergy, Half-Elf Rogue Domain Pirate Shadow Status. Normal Basic Skills, Sneak 365, Literacy 320, Steal 125, Picklock 125, Snare 110, Focus 155, Negotiate 175, Appraise 75, Deceive 120, Intimidate 275, Taunt 125, Perform 105, Listen 105, Dodge 215, Parry 115, Block 75, Heal 105, Search 95, Detect 115, Copy Scroll 85, Spell Identification 70, Survival 120, Use Magic Equipment 75, Cooking 44, Alchemy 75, Forge Magic Weapon 35. Saint Form, Transcendence, Magic Immunity 1-3. Divinity Abilities, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplane Communication, Form Change, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence. Special Abilities, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Death Walker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal abilities: Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Spellcasting Proficiency, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Minor Magic Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Medium Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Strengthen, Intermediate Regeneration, Telepathy 100 feet. Profession abilities: Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Combat skills: Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump 300 meters, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump 2 times, Fear Gaze Divine, Fear Divine, Vampiric Touch Divine, Sword Form, Heavy Hack, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Chop, Sword Form Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. The Shadow Dancer was now maxed out. Even though Soren was a god, he could not continue to level up the Shadow Dancer profession because it had reached its limit. This was the first profession that Soren had maxed out. However, it also made him reconsider his position in the future. The rogue profession had reached its limit, and it seemed that it would be difficult to get more abilities if he continued to level up. His focus was still on spellcasting. If he had enough Slaughter EXP, it would be best to level up the rogue profession to around level 10. It was getting closer to the afternoon. Just when Soren was ready to see the progress of Gloria and Fallen Witch's research, a letter from Arendelle suddenly disturbed his mind. This letter was from Princess Anna. The content of the letter was also very simple. That was, the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was going to propose to her. Princess Anna was going to ask Soren's attitude in the letter. Chapter 595. The weight of this letter was heavy. All the content was actually conveying one thing. That is, Princess Anna gave Soren the right to choose. If Soren agreed to let her marry the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom, then she would really marry him. But if Soren didn't agree to let her marry the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom, then Princess Anna would never marry him. All the choices were in Soren's hands, and Princess Anna said that she would do whatever he said. What a joke! How could Soren agree to let Princess Anna marry the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom? For a long time, Soren's feelings for Princess Anna were very complicated. It was a bit like the love between a man and a woman, but sometimes it was like another sister. Princess Royal was like another version of himself. She treated Princess Anna the same way Soren treated Vivian. Soren sometimes didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Princess Anna, but there was no doubt that Princess Anna was definitely one of the few people in his heart that he cared about. Her status was second only to Vivian and Gloria, and even higher than the Fallen Witch. So, when the maid captain who brought the letter asked Soren about his attitude, he didn't hesitate and said in an unusually firm tone, "No. Absolutely not. Princess Anna must not marry that bullshit second prince of the Falcon Kingdom." Even if Soren didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Princess Anna, he was now very sure of one thing. That is, Princess Anna absolutely could not marry the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom. He even inexplicably felt a trace of anger in his heart, and he had a terrible impulse to directly lead the army to destroy the Falcon Kingdom. Unusually firm, Soren still didn't know how he should face Princess Anna, but he knew that his attitude towards this matter was unusually firm and very certain. And that was enough to know. You don't know what you want, but you know what you don't want. Soren suddenly seemed to understand something. And then the corner of his mouth showed a trace of a bitter smile, and murmured, "What a cunning little fox." Princess Anna was forcing him to make a decision. Or Princess Anna wanted Soren to figure out what he was thinking. If this was the case, then there should be a more troublesome problem in front of Soren. But what happened next surprised Soren. He originally thought that the maid captain who brought the letter had other more troublesome things to say, but he never thought that the charming maid captain in front of him smiled meaningfully at Soren, then slightly bowed slightly and said, "I understand. I will convey His Excellency Soren's decision to Princess Anna." Then she just left. She really left. He really left just like that. Soren was lost. Suddenly, he seemed to understand everything. Princess Anna was just using this matter to force Soren to make a decision, or to test his deepest thoughts. But she didn't continue to force Soren to marry her. She just wanted to understand Soren's attitude. That was all. That was why the captain of the maids looked at Soren with a meaningful smile before she left, and then simply left. She would convey Soren's decision to Princess Anna. But this decision was limited to his attitude on this matter. And Princess Anna didn't ask for too much. Maybe. For her, it was enough to know Soren's attitude. Headache. Soren was having a headache now. Even if he was a powerful god, he still felt a headache. His little Loli had just run away from home, and Princess Anna had come to test Soren's attitude. Maybe there was no problem for the time being, but he would definitely have to face it in the future. Soren had a lot of things to deal with now. Vivian left Mordor, although she still kept in touch with Adele Isabella, a spy that Soren buried on the other side of the Wind Spear Hills. But one thing was that the little girl seemed to have suddenly become rebellious, and she actually planned to face the Dread Lord herself. Soren's attitude towards this matter was like that of all parents. On the one hand, he felt very relieved, and on the other hand, he couldn't help but worry about Vivian's safety, just like how she had caused a mess some time ago and killed a southern noble just like that. If it weren't for the fact that Soren had already laid out his own informants in many places, and the intelligence organization of Mordor City, as well as Adele Isabella and the half-elf first mate, who personally cleaned up the mess for the little girl, Vivian would have been wanted by the nobles and the church. Even if she wasn't, it would have caused an uproar. Lillian, the Witch of Fear. This was the first thing that Soren thought of, because the Witch of Fear, Lillian, liked to do things without scruples, so she made enemies everywhere, and was finally killed by the Lady of Silvermoon. Soren had an ominous feeling. He seemed to feel that the trajectory of history had been corrected to the original path for some reason, and he had to do something immediately. In Mordor City, everyone knew that Her Highness Vivian was Soren's treasure, the most dazzling pearl of Mordor City, and the little princess of the entire pirate kingdom. Therefore, after discovering Vivian's trace, Adele Isabella immediately sent the information back to Mordor City. At the same time, this matter also alarmed the half-elf first mate who was personally in charge of many affairs in the Southern Sea region, so he had to temporarily put aside other things and concentrate on dealing with Vivian's situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to wrap things up so beautifully. The half-elf first mate was the most skillful among all the pirate leaders. This guy seemed to have a natural politician's talent. After receiving the news from Vivian, he immediately sent someone to Mordor City and secretly mobilized people to follow Vivian. What the hell? The little princess of Mordor City insisted on dealing with the Fear Church. What else could they do? Could they let His Highness Soren's beloved daughter deal with those Fear believers alone? It couldn't be helped. They could only grit their teeth and do it. Whether it was Adele Isabella, the half-elf first mate, or the other pirate leaders on the south coast, such as the One-Eyed Man, the butler, the knight, and so on, they all secretly sent their best men, who were at least at the level of advanced professionals, to the vicinity of the Wind Spear Hills. On one hand, they were to protect the safety of Royal Highness Vivian, and on the other hand, they were to deal with the Fear believers. This was completely helpless. Anyway, no matter what, Her Highness Vivian, the little princess of Mordor City, the beloved daughter of His Highness Soren, must not have an accident, not even an injury. Others didn't know how important Vivian was to Soren, but how could these pirate leaders not know that His Highness Soren valued Vivian more than his own life? Now, the entire Mordor City's intelligence network and secret personnel were all consciously operating crazily with Her Highness Vivian as the core. Almost all the little girl's movements would be sent to Mordor City as soon as possible. At the same time, there was a reinforced platoon of high-level rogues secretly to protect her safety, and there were masters of various professions to guard her outside. Otherwise, Soren would not be able to sit still in Mordor City. On this day, Soren felt a headache coming on, and the other pirate leaders felt the same way, because Her Highness Vivian's matter was not easy to handle. Whether they could do it well or not was the most important thing to test their ability. Many pirate leaders were ready to show off their abilities in front of His Highness Soren. The half-elf first mate was also full of energy, ready to show off his skills and ability in front of Soren and other pirate leaders. He was not a group of boorish men who only knew how to kill people. As the highest-ranking pirate leader under Soren, the half-elf first mate's strength could not even enter the top 5, so he needed to show his ability at this time. A qualified subordinate must be able to share the burden of the boss. Chapter 596. Soren had a headache now. Arendelle's Princess Anna was a little better. Now his biggest headache was how to deal with Vivian. The little girl insisted on standing up to face the Fear Lord. On the one hand, Soren wanted to train her, but on the other hand, he was worried about danger. It was like children who grew up and were not necessarily arranged by their parents. Although Vivian was sometimes very obedient, if she decided on something, her temper would be as stubborn as Soren. She couldn't always hide under his umbrella. There would always be a day when the eagle would spread its wings and fly high. Soren could bring her back by force. With Vivian's obedience, even if she was unwilling, she would follow him back to Mordor City. But this was not a long-term solution. Besides, Soren thought that Vivian's decision was actually right. She really needed to train. So what he could do now was to ensure Vivian's safety as much as possible, and secretly allocate enough manpower to help her deal with the Fear Church. One thing that was gratifying was, the little girl also learned a lot from him. She didn't recklessly go up to trouble the Fear Church. Instead, she knew how to subdue some Nagas as fighters first. Since he planned to train Vivian, Soren naturally needed to make detailed arrangements. Guards! Soren shouted outside, and soon a guard came in. He ordered in a deep voice, immediately send people to collect any information about the Fear Church. Spread out all the spies of Mordor City in Shipwreck Bay, Port Tylon, and the City of Wealth. Send people to contact the Thieves' Union and the Shadow Thieves' Union. Also contact the Adventurers' Union. Don't be afraid to spend money. I will transfer 300,000 Kindler as funds. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find them all. Money opened the way. 300,000 Kindler coins was equivalent to the annual income of a small duchy. Now only Mordor City could easily take out so much money. If it was other forces, they would have to spend a lot of money. The Treasure Island was already on the right track, and there was a steady flow of funds in Mordor City. There were more than 500,000 Kindler on the books, and there was a large amount of gold and jewelry in the warehouse. With Mordor City as the center, Soren's forces were now like a sea kingdom. With so much gold spilled out, all the intelligence organizations near the south coast went crazy. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, any information related to the terror sect was sent over to be collected and sorted out. Soon their movements were sent to Soren. For the Thieves' Union, this was a big order that they hadn't received for many years. It hadn't even been 3 days. A detailed and accurate information was sent over. The Fear cult was indeed active in the southern region. After the death of the demigod vampire, they seemed to have been reconvened by someone. The locations of the Fear cult's activities were marked. It was worth mentioning. This time, there were demons in the Fear cult, and the Thieves' Union lost 3 veterans in order to spy on them. Soren naturally had to do something. For the sake of Vivian, he never felt any heartache when spending money. After all, money was meant to be spent. He directly sent a chest of gold to the Thieves' Union. Immediately, the other party seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and was prepared to dig 3 feet into the ground to pry out all the information. Fear cult. If it was another God's church, they would still need to think about it, but for a God's church that was gradually weakening, the Thieves' Union still dared to test it. The movements of Mordor City could naturally attract the attention of many people. However, many forces were happy to see Mordor City suddenly fighting with the Fear cult. Anyway, as long as Mordor City fought with others, they would like it. Of course. All of this still required a proper name on the table. That was Mordor City was attacked by the Fear cult some time ago. The Fear cult summoned demons and caused great destruction in Mordor City, even causing the death of many civilians. Sir Soren was very angry about this and decided to mobilize forces to eliminate the Fear cult, and let anyone who offended Mordor City pay a painful price. This was the reason why it was on the table. Anyway, as long as any force spied, they would know that Mordor City had been attacked by the fear cult, and there were many demons. The entire Mordor City was running like a war machine. With this matter as a reason, Sauron simply took the opportunity to launch an attack. He blatantly mobilized the fleet near Shipwreck Bay, and at the same time, hoarded a large number of troops to guard Port Tylon. The external explanation was naturally to deal with the revenge of the fear cult at any time. But when the leaders of other forces heard this, they almost vomited blood. Was it necessary to mobilize so many warships to attack the fear cult? Could it be that he wanted to use warships to deal with the fear cult? At first, the leaders of the forces who thought that this could consume the power of Mordor City suddenly became a little uneasy, because they thought of a very bad thing. That was, what if Sauron suddenly said that someone was colluding with the fear cult, and Mordor City was ready to retaliate? When they thought of this, they even wanted to kill themselves. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Mordor City now had the biggest fist in the entire south. Whatever Sauron said, even if you didn't collude with the fear cult, as long as Mordor City said that you colluded with the fear cult, then they could take the opportunity to attack at any time. At that time, a large number of warships would surround them, and Mordor City would mobilize a large number of troops to attack the ground. At that time, no one would be able to sit still. In fact, Sauron also thought of this secretly. The fear cult did cause great damage in Mordor City and killed many civilians. It was reasonable for Sauron to retaliate against them. So while attacking the fear cult, he could also attack some other targets. But what surprised him was that maybe other forces were really afraid of being implicated. One by one, they stood up and said that they had nothing to do with the fear cult. For this evil organization that violated the rules and caused terrible damage and killed civilians, they all expressed their willingness to help Mordor City fight against the fear cult. As for whether to deal with the fear cult or not, it didn't matter. But things had developed to this point. No matter how they expressed, Sauron still mobilized a large number of warships. At the same time, he secretly cooperated with Vivian to deal with the fear cult, and he also realized that the time was almost ripe. It was time to take down a piece of land in the southern continent. Wind Spear Hills. This was a rather fertile land. More importantly, there was no force that could compete with him here, and it was very close to Shipwreck Bay. Sauron could use it to strengthen his connection with the inland at any time. This secret line had been buried for a long time. Sauron took this opportunity to turn it into the fruit of his harvest. Chapter 597. In a blink of an eye, it was almost August. The second phase of terrace fields in Mordor City was about to be reclaimed. After mixing a batch of materials, the golem factory produced 5 clay golems and 1 golem. These golems were put into the construction as labor. They could easily carry heavy materials, which was more than several times more efficient than human labor. Fallen Witch and Gloria were recently engaged in intense research work. Sauron left a space beacon on the 3rd floor of the Abyss. They were going to work together to build a portal to the Abyss during this time. The orders from the Northland Council increased again. No one knew what Mordor City was going to do. So far, they had ordered 3 batches of heavy two-handed weapons. On this day, with the arrival of autumn and summer, heavy rain fell everywhere. There seemed to be a flood in the central part of the continent. The lizardmen expanded their territory again with the flood. Many flooded areas were occupied by them. However, the south was relatively calm. Except for the occasional traces of the fallen, some people saw the legendary Lich some time ago. The Lich rarely walked in the world. As the top undead life, they had endless years to squander. The Lich's favorite thing was to stay in their tombs for research. But recently, there seemed to be a Lich in the south, which attracted the attention of the paladins. South of the Wind Spear Hills, there was a dense forest. This was the territory of the Isabella family. It was a place where the noble children hunted when they were bored. The heavy rain had just stopped. There was a group of people moving along the road. They were well equipped and had fierce faces. Some of them were even equipped with military crossbows and other weapons. At first glance, One could tell that they were the private soldiers of the nobles. Baron. A middle-aged man dressed as a knight rode to the center of the team and said in a deep voice, "After the mountain in front of us, we will reach our territory. Recently, a group of snake bandits have appeared in the Wind Spear Hills. Let's not rest here." Soon, there was a reply from the team. A young noble with a little tiredness said, "Sir Slake, do as you see fit." The middle-aged knight bowed slightly and nodded, but there was a hint of disdain in his expression. It had only been 2 days, but he was already so tired. Compared to the old baron who had killed the ogres with his bare hands, the new lord was too weak. His fancy swordsmanship was only meant to attract those noble ladies. As a knight, he had never seen the baron do the most basic exercise. The group continued forward. These guards were veterans who had been on the battlefield. Even if they encountered adventurers one-on-one, they would not be at a disadvantage. Sir Slake was not very worried that bandits would dare to attack them, but out of his habit of being cautious, he still sent out his trusted aide to investigate the situation ahead. However, more than 10 minutes had passed, but there was still no sign of anyone returning. Sir Slake had a bad feeling in his heart. He could not help but quietly press his hand on the hilt of his sword, and then urged his horse to rush to the front of the group. The surroundings seemed to be very quiet. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the side of the forest. Then a scream was heard. A guard clutched his throat and fell down. "Be careful! There are archers ambushing here." A burst of exclamations sounded, and then people fell to the ground one after another. From the dense forest, shadows rushed out. They were holding all kinds of weapons, but the most eye-catching thing was their skin. These people had silver scales on their skin, and they were wearing all kinds of armor. They surrounded the group from both sides. "Snake people! Damn it! It's the Snake People bandits!" The group was a little flustered, but they quickly gathered under the command of Sir Slake, and formed a defensive formation in the middle of the group. Recently there were many traces of snake people in the south. This was especially true in the Wind Spear Hills. Many merchant caravans had been attacked by the Nagas. Many nobles knew that there was a group of Naga bandits roaming around. Even Baron Narrows had died at the hands of the Nagas. It was because of this that they brought so many guards with them. But when he saw the number of enemies, Sir Slake still took a breath of cold air, and his heart could not help but be covered with a shadow. The number of Snake People bandits had increased again. In addition to the Snake People, there were also many other human bandits attacking them. The number of bandits was at least twice their number. "It's poisonous." A guard's face was black, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. He said with a trembling voice, "The enemy's weapon is poisonous. Be careful." A round of shooting came. Sir Slake turned over and dismounted his horse. He picked up a shield and blocked in front of him. The guards around him also raised their shields, and some of them were shooting back at the enemy with crossbows. There were people falling to the ground constantly. The bandits in front of them rushed over like a swarm of bees, and the losses on both sides were not small. Sir Slake carefully looked at the Snake People in front of him. Most of the human bandits were very weak. The real danger was these Snake People. If he could kill the enemy's leader, perhaps this group of bandits would collapse. Found it. Sir Slake quickly found the Snake People leader, who was commanding the battle. He roared, suddenly raised his shield in front of his chest, and directly knocked away the crowd in front of him. Then he launched a charge and swung his sword at the Snake People leader. As a high-grade knight, he had the courage and strength to directly kill the enemy's leader in a chaotic battle. A dark light flashed across. Sir Slake's figure suddenly stiffened on the spot. 2 figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight, followed by a dagger piercing his throat. Rogues. 2 high-grade rogues. Outside this group of bandits, there were more dangerous enemies hidden. Darkness fell. Sir Slake's figure slowly fell to the ground. Before he died, he seemed to hear the Baron begging for mercy. The voice sounded like a woman's. The Snake People bandits appeared again. The news seemed to have wings and quickly spread to nearby places. But this time, it was not the merchants who were attacked, but the nobles of the Isabella family, the rulers of the Windspear territory. The cause of the incident seemed to be that the lord of this place had once encircled and annihilated a group of Naga bandits. He had even nailed one of their leaders to death on a cross in an attempt to intimidate the lawless bandit group. But he never expected that the Snake People bandits would take revenge on the ruler of the Windspear Hills and directly kill several nobles. A conspiracy net had begun to close. After the first step of the plan was completed, the next step was Adele Isabella's stage. Soren's shadow shrouded this land. No one knew whether it would bring a terrible disaster to the people, or the prosperity and hope of the second Mordor city. But there was no doubt about one thing. Any beautiful beginning was full of blood and slaughter. It was as if only by embracing war could one usher in peace. Chapter 598. The warm autumn wind blew through the Ulriais Mountains, along the Zanlaga Swamp, and across Solitude City. This was a city with a sad history. The name Solitude City seemed to tell people everything it had experienced. This was an ancient city that had existed for hundreds of years. It was not as prosperous as Whiterun, but it had never been broken down. This was the missionary area of the God of Knowledge. Their doctrine believed that scholars should be used to enduring loneliness. Bearing this loneliness was to pass on knowledge, to pass on all the valuable books and knowledge of any race or civilization in the long river of time. This city was far away from the flames of war. It was not just the reverence for knowledge, but also because there were many powerful scholars of the neutral camp here. Knowledge was power. Countless books were kept in the Tower of Solitude City. In addition to poetry, literature, history, and legends, there were also many knowledge of magic, alchemy, arcana, and so on. As long as these scholars could collect and preserve it, they would copy, repair, and complete it as much as possible. Finally, one book after another was stored in the Tower of Solitude City. No one knew how many books and literature were kept in the tower. They only knew that this job had existed for hundreds of years. These scholars could even be rewarded by the God of Knowledge after submitting new books. This used to be the favorite place of adventurers. Because although the God of Knowledge was not powerful, he was a generous God. It seemed that for this God, he did not care about anything other than knowledge. Ancient documents from underground ruins could be sold here for a high price. Even broken and simple inscriptions could be exchanged for a good profit. This was the city with the highest literacy rate in the material plane. Once, the God of Knowledge wanted to promote enlightenment books, but because of the productivity of the entire plane, all of his plans failed in the end. Solitude City was like a scholar living in seclusion. There was no bustling trade here, nor convenient transportation. People had been living a peaceful life, like a group of hermits busy with their mission. However, recently, some things had disrupted the peace of Solitude City. With the flood in the southern area, the lizard men expanded their territory along the river. It was said that the god they served had made a move, and during this time, many lizardmen tribes had united. Solitude City was also a little affected. The overflowing river submerged the farmlands, and displaced civilians gathered outside the city. The appearance of the refugees provided an opportunity for some evil people. In addition to the shadow of the cult of fear, there were faint traces of devil activity here. The boundaries of the plane were getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that the devils could always find a way to appear in the material plane. The believers of the God of Light were now somewhat exhausted from running around. Is this the parish of the God of Knowledge? A young magus came to the front of the city gate. He looked at everything in front of him, and seemed a little disappointed. He murmured, "I thought this would be another magus city, but I didn't expect it to be so ordinary." He was used to the prosperity of the South Coast, and felt a little disappointed in this city. The secret of knowledge is not preservation, but creation and discovery. The middle-aged nun standing next to him smiled. She had an arcane aura around her. She was a wizard and a priest. She shook her head slightly and said, "This place still lacks a little vitality." "Angelina, what are you looking at? Come here quickly." A group of carriages passed by them, and the coachman carefully glanced at the insignia on the other party's chest. He bent down slightly and cautiously passed by them to avoid bumping into these people of extraordinary status. Some of them were wearing the emblem of the Silver Moon Church, and some of them were priests who served the Silver Moon Lady. Ah! A clear and melodious voice of a young girl was heard. Then a delicate and pretty young girl walked over, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. She muttered, "It's nothing. Nothing. I just felt a little absent-minded just now." The middle-aged nun smiled and stroked her long hair. She said softly, "Silly child. Everything has passed. You are the one favored by the Silver Moon Lady. The Silver Moon Lady has been watching over you silently. No one can hurt you." The girl seemed a little shy. She nodded slightly and did not speak. She just looked at the alley before leaving, vaguely feeling something. In the alley, a man with a gloomy face was looking over here. He frowned and murmured, "The Son of Fear has been found. But the target is actually a believer of the Silver Moon Lady. No. This matter must be reported to the priest first." On the other side, a team was also moving towards Lonely City. The leader was a middle-aged man with a cold face and murderous aura. He looked like an executioner. He frowned and looked at the river not far away. He whispered, "Mississippi. There is a lizard man scout behind us that has been following us for a long time. Do you want to send someone to kill it?" After a while, a clear child's voice came from the carriage in the middle of the team. It said calmly, "Don't worry about it. These lizard men are not worth our time." The middle-aged man responded, "Yes." The team continued to move forward quickly. It could be seen that this team was well equipped. The guards on the left and right were all good fighters. There was even no shortage of high-grade professions with rich combat experience. Lonely City had appeared in front of them. All of a sudden, there was a strange energy fluctuation in the carriage, followed by a clear child's voice, "Stop. We are not going to enter the city today. Order everyone to camp outside the city and be on guard." The team quickly moved. It could be seen that they cooperated well and carried out orders very efficiently. The rogues sent out soon found a suitable place to camp and not easy to be attacked. The hidden sentries also began to set up alert traps around. "There is a Son of Fear here." In the carriage, Vivian, who was wearing a delicate black princess dress, showed an excited smile at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be talking to herself. "Vivian, let's go and kill him." There was a short silence. The little girl then said to herself, "Lillian, the battle between the Sons of Fear is over. I can feel that the other party is not hostile." As if feeling unhappy, the little girl pouted and said with some interest, "There are only enemies between the Sons of Fear and no friends. If we don't kill him, maybe he will want to kill us? Forget it. Let's finish the business first. This Son of Fear is very weak. It should not be a threat to us." Chapter 599. Enlina. "Enlina? What's wrong with you today?" The middle-aged nun found something strange. She turned around and looked at the girl who was stiff in place. She wondered, "Why do you feel weird today? Are you not feeling well?" The girl named Enlina raised her head. Her smile was a little stiff, and her face was slightly pale. She quickly followed up and said with a forced smile, No. Maybe I'm really not feeling well today." Just now, she felt a strong spiritual power. The Sons of Fear could sense each other. The closer the distance, the stronger the perception between the two sides. This bloodline ability made it convenient for the Sons of Fear to kill each other. The girl felt a powerful force, more powerful than any Son of Fear. Just at the moment of contact, she felt cold all over, as if she was being stared at by a ferocious monster. Deep in her heart, she wanted to escape because of fear. But she didn't want to run away or fight, so she concentrated on passing on her goodwill as much as possible. She didn't know if the other party felt it. And Lina was still a little uneasy, because she knew that it was difficult for her to get along with these brothers and sisters as a Son of Fear. There weren't many Sons of Fear left in the material plane. Most of the powerful Sons of Fear had died in the hands of the vampiric Son of Fear, and the rest were Sons of Fear like her. Because she hadn't killed other brothers and sisters, and her own strength wasn't strong enough, she was easily ignored by people. For a long time in the past, she lived in seclusion in a monastery in the mountains, and the Church of the Silver Moon Lady protected her. She was a kind-hearted girl. She didn't want to kill or see death. During the time when she was shrouded in the power of fear, the most common thing she did was to pray to the Silver Moon Lady. Maybe it was fate. Among countless believers, the Silver Moon Lady finally heard her prayer. Feeling the purity of her heart and the piety of her faith, the Silver Moon Lady turned her into her own patron. She had the blessing of the Silver Moon Lady. This was the first time she had traveled so far, but she didn't expect to meet other sons of fear in the end. The group arrived in front of a big house. The middle-aged nun came to Lonely City this time to ask for help. They needed to borrow some books and documents from the scholars of Lonely City to find out a very important thing. The solitary city rarely lent out books, but the scholars did not object to others coming over to read them. With the power of the Church of the Silver Moon, it was easy for them to obtain the right to read it. At the same time, they received the proper arrangements from the scholars. This time, the middle-aged nun only brought her out to see the outside world. After a large number of books and documents were sent over, the group of them began to quickly flip through them. They needed to find out the ins and outs of an item, and because it was too old, it might take a lot of time. The delicate and pretty girl was somewhat uneasy. After dinner, she returned to her room while the others continued to flip through the information in the hall. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. She didn't know why, but Lena just couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tossed and turned. Just like that, she dragged on until dawn. Suddenly, a muffled explosion came from outside. Immediately after, there was a flash of fire. Angelina got up alertly and went to the window to look outside. The guards of Solitude City were hurrying over, and the priests and spellcasters of the Church of Lore were approaching at high speed. The size of the explosion was very small. It seemed to be controlled by someone as it didn't affect other streets. However, as the core area of the explosion, a house was almost razed to the ground. Lena's heart skipped a beat because she suddenly realized that the location of the explosion was the place where she felt something was wrong for the first time today. She could faintly hear the sounds of the solitary city guards evacuating the crowd, and the panicked shouts of some civilians. Devil! Devil! Prepare for battle! Clang! The door of the room was suddenly knocked open. The middle-aged nun rushed in and glanced at her. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lena? Are you okay? What's wrong? Why didn't you respond when I called you several times? The girl was distracted. At this time she was a little at a loss. I didn't hear it just now. The middle-aged nun couldn't help but sigh. She quickly handed a badge made by a priest to Lena, and then seriously instructed, "Don't go out. There are fear cultists outside causing trouble. There are also traces of devils. Stay here. I'll take some people out to see the situation." Lady Silvermoon was the backbone of the good faction. Her priest naturally couldn't sit back and watch the devils destroy. These abyss devils acted without scruples, and they might hurt many innocent civilians. Soon, the middle-aged nun left with a few people, while Lena stood by the window in a daze. Her intuition told her that what happened tonight was related to what she felt during the day. A faint breeze brushed past. All of a sudden, Lena noticed that a figure had appeared outside her window. Under the bright moonlight, a girl wearing a pure white princess dress appeared in front of Lena. Her skin was as fair as milk, and she looked like a fallen angel. The other party looked at Lena with a smile that was not a smile. Lena was shrouded in an indescribable fear, making it difficult for Lena to breathe. Lena was very sure of one thing. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would only take a blink of an eye. TSK. Accompanied by a faint magic aura, the little angel-like girl appeared in Lena's room. The other party might only be in her teens. She was looking at Lena with an unfriendly gaze, muttering to herself, "She's really weak. Such a person shouldn't be a threat to us, right? Should we kill her?" For a moment, Lena felt cold all over. She wanted to shout but couldn't speak. She could only look at her with a frightened and pleading gaze. A moment ago, she was like a little angel, but at this moment, she felt like the other party was a little devil. Ehe! The cute little girl suddenly laughed like flowers blooming in spring. Then she muttered to herself, "Lillian, you're being naughty again. Don't scare her." Hello. My name is Vivian. I'm a son of fear like you. Maybe we should be considered sisters. A fair and tender little hand stretched out in front of Enlina. She shook it a little, but her body was still trembling slightly. She whispered, "My name is Enlina." The little girl in front of her chuckled and said slowly, "Don't worry. We won't kill you. Today, we're just here to see if you're a threat to us." Enlina quickly shook her head and said with a trembling voice, "No. I don't want to get involved in those conflicts. I don't want to get involved in those disputes. I just want to be a good nun and live a quiet life. I know them, but I'll never be like them." The little girl in front of her seemed to be deep in thought. Then she let out a crisp laugh, waved her hand, and disappeared, leaving only a clear childish voice. "I understand. Nice to meet you, Sister Enlina. Stay away from all this. I hope you can find the peaceful life you want." To a certain extent, all the sons of fear were directly related by blood. It was just that cruel fate made them kill each other. According to the previous trajectory of fate, the little girl named Enlina should have died in the hands of the Witch of Fear, Lillian. But everything had been changed by Soren. Because of Vivian and Soren, the Witch of Fear, Lillian didn't completely fall into chaos and evil. When they met such a girl today, they chose to let her go. If the Witch of Fear, Lillian, wasn't strong enough when they met her, she would have been regarded as a possible threat. If Vivian didn't obstruct or even interfere with her decision when they met her. If Soren was already dead when they met her. The will of the Dread Lord had already affected her thoughts. Then there was no doubt about it. The little girl named Enlina would die in Lillian's hands because the power of the Sons of Fear came from killing each other. And this matter would also thoroughly enrage a powerful deity. But now everything had changed. The trajectory of fate was really wrong. Chapter 600. The trajectory of history would not change much because of individuals. Because even the gods could not stop the arrival of the Avatar crisis. Before the storm that was about to affect the whole multiverse, Soren's intelligence organization suddenly sent him a very important piece of information. This even made Soren directly give up the idea of further developing the war chess plane. He also temporarily slowed down the expansion of his demon avatar in the abyss, and put a lot of energy into the material plane. The reason for all of this was simple. This information was about the god of the hunt, Malor. As the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer, this lesser divine power, God, was also directly swept out of his divine kingdom by the terrible energy storm. In a quiet and dim room, Soren sat alone in a chair and pondered. His index finger gently tapped on the table, as if he was making a major decision. The god of the hunt, Malor. In the multiverse, the only god who had a clergy related to slaughter, and was only a lesser divine power. Soren was the son of slaughter. It could be said that from any point of view, the clergy and power of the god of the hunt were of great help to Soren. And more importantly, this god was someone he could defeat, because the gap between a lesser divine power and a lesser divine power was not so big, unlike other gods who were impossible to defeat. But the most important point was that the god of the hunt, Malor, was an old god. As a god of the chaotic evil camp, he had many enemies. The only close ally was the Maiden of Pain, the one who attacked the Princess Royal in the Frost Kingdom. Even under such circumstances, the god of the hunt could still live well, which showed that his own strength was still very strong. The god of the hunt was not the demigod vampire. He was already very familiar with the power of the gods, and had a mature divine church. If Sauron wanted to deal with him, he would definitely be courting death if he went straight to his door. So, to deal with such a god, one must plan well. It would be best to weave a conspiracy, and use the many enemies of the god of the hunt to weaken his power, and finally give Soren an opportunity to kill him. It was quite risky to decide to deal with the god of the hunt. But it was also something with unimaginable benefits because the god of the hunt, Malor, in addition to the clergy of the god of the hunt, had other powers that were very important to Soren. Relying on his strong memory, Soren wrote down the basic information about the god of the hunt. On a piece of white paper, it recorded the most basic things about the god of the hunt. God name, god of the hunt, Malor. Title, King of Beasts, Black-Blooded Beast. Divine System, Storm Divine System, acting alone. Ally, Maiden of Pain. Level, Lesser Divine Power Holy Emblem. Bloodstained Beast Claw Residential Area. Heart of Fury. Alignment, Chaotic Evil Clergy. Hunting Domain. Chaos, Evil Moon Power Bloodlust Believers. Hunters, Evil War Creatures, Ferocious Beasts and Monsters, etc. Priest Alignment, Chaotic Neutral Evil, Chaotic Evil. Favorite Weapon, Beast Claw Gauntlet, +3 Divine Equipment. The God of the Hunt, Mailer, once served the Lord of Storms with other evil gods, but because the Lord of Storms stole the power of the Winter Maiden, these gods who served him became disloyal. In the end, the alliance between the divine systems became quite unstable. It was also because of this that the Lord of Storms began to cultivate the power of his own divine system. For Soren, the god of hunting had two very important priesthoods. One was the hunting priesthood, which was an extension of the killing priesthood, which could be used to stabilize the priesthood of a great divine power. The second was the tracking priesthood, which had too many functions, especially in the coming period of the Avatar crisis. Mastering the tracking priesthood could help Soren seek the greatest benefits. It would be difficult for Soren's enemies to escape his sight. There were too many things he could do with the tracking clergy. The more important reason why he targeted the god of the hunt, Mailer, was that he did not have enough allies. For example, the Shadow Lord, Soren's potential enemy, was an ally of the powerful Lady of the Night, and maintained a close relationship with other gods. But the god of the hunt, Mailer, was different. As a god of the chaotic evil alignment, it was difficult for him to maintain a friendly relationship with other gods. On the contrary, the god of the hunt had many enemies, and it was difficult to find a better target than him. North of Whiterun. This was where the information came from. There was accurate news that a large number of believers who served the god of the hunt, Mailer, and a large number of beastmen and various evil monsters gathered here. This was the domain of the god of the hunt. As a chaotic evil god, Mailer was worshipped by many evil creatures. It was not easy to plan against a god. Soren needed more information, and a plan to weaken the enemy's power. Only when the right opportunity came, he could personally appear and give the enemy a fatal blow. It could be said that Soren was determined to get the priesthood of hunting. For Soren, the hunting clergy was even more important than the shadow clergy. It was far from easy to deal with a god. He had to start planning before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Just like Lolth, the queen of spiders who ruled the Underdark, she had already begun to weave her own conspiracy, waiting for the right time to drag the prey into the net. The city of Mordor seemed to be quiet. The tense situation on the south coast seemed to gradually stabilize. Soren did not use force against many forces on the south coast. He just kept attacking the Fear Church and pulled out their strongholds one by one. Something happened in the Wind Spear Hills, but the southern nobles did not pay too much attention to it. They were more worried about the wandering Lich. They did not know what the Lich was going to do. Now many people had found traces of undead activities. Under the calm, Mordor secretly sent scouts to the direction of Whiterun. Soren was not eager for quick success, but carefully collected all useful information. Dealing with a real god required enough patience because it was quite dangerous. The god of the hunt, Mailer. Soren looked at the god with the king of beasts and the black-blooded beast. He needed to weave a conspiracy and provoke a conflict between the god of the hunt and other gods. Chapter 601. The God of the Hunt, Mailer. This god was known as the King of Beasts, the Beast of Black Blood. The most powerful proof of his arrival in the mortal world was that the followers of the hunters began to move on a large scale and attacked some creatures in the elven forest. They even angered an adult dragon. The god of the hunt had a special power. He could also use slaughter to increase his power, but unlike Soren, he relied on hunting rituals to strengthen his divine power. A real god had a divinity that could store divine power. But in fact, most gods did not have full divine power, because it was difficult for any god to reach this limit. Even for gods with great divine power, the limit of divine power they could hold was far higher than the divine power they had. For example, Soren now had 15 divinity points and could store up to 300 divine power points. The ratio was about 120, but in fact, Soren rarely had more than 100 divine power points. The other gods were similar. The only way to easily replenish divine power was to use the power of the divine kingdom to convert it. But this way, the power of the divine kingdom would be consumed by the gods. There was a saying that went like this: the gods have almost endless power in their own kingdom. In the gods' kingdom, the gods could draw divine power to replenish themselves. As long as the gods' kingdom was not destroyed, the power would be endless. That was why there were so many minor divine power and low divine power gods who survived in the cruel history. Because even the great divine power gods did not dare to rashly attack the kingdoms of other gods. Once they entered the enemy's home space, their own power would be constantly consumed, while the enemy's power could be continuously restored by the god's kingdom. It was even possible for a weak god to exhaust a powerful god to death in a god's kingdom. Therefore, the struggle between gods would persist in attacking the other side's church and believers in the material plane, because this could fundamentally disintegrate and reduce the power of the divine kingdom of the enemy gods. When the divine kingdom of the enemy gods weakened to a certain extent, it was possible for one of the gods to launch an all-out attack. At that time, it was possible to kill the enemy gods. Although Soren had become a god, he had never enjoyed the treatment of a real god. That kind of almost endless power, with the god kingdom constantly replenishing his divine power, was an experience that he could not be satisfied with at the moment. The Avatar crisis was coming soon. The gods in the sky were falling down one after another. If Soren wanted to enter the god's kingdom, he would be knocked down as soon as he entered. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The Avatar crisis was coming. Basically, all the gods who were knocked down from the sky by the energy storm did not have a single divine power value on them. In other words, they were completely knocked down to the mortal world in the form of a naked saint. Therefore, the gods were at their weakest when they had just been knocked down. This was why the god of rogues and half-elves had to run away desperately. In that case, he had little divine power. He only had the blessing of the saint form, and his other powers were almost the same as other high-grade legendary professions. His divine power value was reset to 0. This situation was a disaster for any god. They who were used to having great divine power naturally had to try their best to restore their power when they were very weak. Divine power value could also be restored, because the divinity of the gods themselves was a container to store divine power. Just like Soren's church organized believers to pray, the power of faith was constantly converted into divine power value, and then stored in his body. This was a channel to restore divine power. However, the Avatar crisis was tantamount to beating all the gods back to their original form. Whether you were a new god who had just become a god or a god who had existed for a long time and developed the church for thousands of years, now when you were knocked down by the energy storm, all your divine power was reset to 0. Even if your god's kingdom had stored thousands of divine power in its long history, now there was no way to mobilize even a little bit of divine power. If you wanted to restore your own divine power value, you could only rely on the church and believers in the mortal world to start from scratch. From now on, you could accumulate divine power little by little. The Avatar crisis was at its worst. The power of the divinity owned by the gods would be suppressed, but now it had not fully erupted. The gods who were knocked down basically had their divine power emptied. His powerful divine power had been emptied. Now what? The first thing all the gods who were knocked down to the mortal world did was to familiarize themselves with the body of the saint, and then began to accumulate divine power with themselves as the core. Although this process was very slow, it could still leave some power. However, this was a slow and stupid way. In fact, there were other channels to increase one's divine power value. That was to carry out prayer ceremonies and sacrificial ceremonies. For example, Soren now, ordinary prayers were estimated to be less than 1 divine power value a day, but if he held a large worship prayer on the rest day, then he could increase his divine power value by 2 to 3 points that day. Back to the topic. This was the case for the god of the hunt, Malor. Soren came to a conclusion after analyzing a lot of information That was, the god of the hunt was restoring his divine power through a bloody sacrificial ceremony. He was called the Beast of Black Blood. If Soren's divinity of half-elf and rogue were passive divinities, then the divinity of hunting, of the god of the hunt, Malor, was an active divinity. The active divinity had a special effect. In the process of the believer's hunting, Malor, the god of the hunt, could slowly restore his divine power, and at the same time expand his influence on the material plane. For any evil god, others praying to him because of fear, awe and other emotions, or even mentioning his divine name, could also bring a little bit of power. This was also the reason why the number of followers of the goddess of ocean was not large, but they had great divine power. The prosperity of the sea trade led to human beings being forced to sacrifice to her and pray for smooth sailing. This process was to improve her power, but if the sea trade declined in the future, her own influence would be greatly reduced. In history, there were many similar gods who rose to prosperity in a short period of time, but after a period of time, these gods were often beaten back to their original state. The most representative god was the god of war. The god of the hunt had a special hobby called bloody lust. He might be the god in the multiverse who liked legendary blood the most. The so-called legendary blood referred to the blood of any legendary creature, whether it was human, beast, monster, or other creatures. As long as they reached the legendary level, their blood had some kind of power that even the gods could not ignore. As long as anyone offered legendary blood sacrifices to the god of the hunt, he could respond and be rewarded, and even satisfy some of the sacrifice's wishes. Even if the person was not his believer, as long as the god of the hunt felt the power of legendary blood, he would respond to the prayers of the other party, regardless of whether the person was in the good or evil camp. For a god of the chaotic evil camp like the god of the hunt, Malor, he did not have so many concerns. He only cared about his own power. The movement near the elf forest was for the bloody sacrifice ceremony. The god of the hunt, Malor, did not have enough believers like other gods, and the number and power of his church were not as large as the other gods. Perhaps the number of believers was even less than the current Soren. After all, Soren's church had a large number of half-elf civilians, while the god of the hunt, Malor himself, had the most believers of monsters, beasts and evil hunters. There was no way to restore much divine power by relying on the prayers of believers, but he also had his own way, which was to use the initiative of the hunt clergy to restore his power. And this point, it happened to be what Soren could use now. Chapter 602. Mordor City, or Chess Plane. Now on the first floor of this plane, there was an additional laboratory with a large area. Next to it was the original golem factory, but because of the lack of raw materials, this work has been temporarily closed. The most troublesome thing to make a golem was not the basic materials, but the soul crystal as the core of the operation. This thing was very difficult to find in the material plane. The drop rate of monsters was shockingly low. Only spiritual monsters that wandered the material plane had a chance of dropping natural soul crystals. Just like the ghosts that Soren killed in Amber City, they dropped a gray soul crystal. Under normal circumstances, obtaining soul crystals required very profound spells, or they could be purchased from other planes. Things on the soul level were the most complicated. Although Soul Drain was only a spell above level 8, there were very few wizards who could master it, and even fewer who could successfully cast it. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper would have been furious. As long as the spellcasters mastered the spell to imprison souls, they could easily plunder a large number of souls from their hands. Mordor City now did not lack stones, gems, or activation spells to make golems. What they lacked was soul crystals of various levels. In the laboratory, with a strange light appearing on the crystal energy transmission pipe, suddenly a strong magic wave was transmitted from the laboratory, followed by the excited voice of Fallen Witch. Success! Daughter, I did it! A teleportation spell was directly connected to the interior of the laboratory, and then Gloria walked out from the teleportation circle on the left side of the laboratory. Mother? Did you finally succeed? Gloria's expression was also a little excited. She walked quickly to the experiment table, and saw a fist-sized diamond lying quietly on it. Diamond? It was also commonly known as diamond, and it was not very common in any plane. This material was very expensive and rare. Even if you spend a high price, you might not be able to buy much of it. Wizards, who were born rich, were also quite cautious about using diamonds for experiments. However, a mage was still a mage after all. During the Arcane Kingdom, a large number of experiments and research had been conducted in order to use alchemy to produce diamond seam in batches. It was not only for money and research, but more importantly, for a legendary level alchemy puppet. Diamond Golem. This was the most powerful type of regular golem, and the most difficult to deal with. The reason why Soren felt helpless about the Shadow Plains Wizard Tower was not only because of the Mana Pulse crystal cannon above, but also because of the Diamond Golem that was responsible for guarding the Wizard Tower. Diamond Golem was a legendary level puppet. They were the top war machines. Even without any modifications, the challenge level of an ordinary Diamond Golem could reach above level 16. To put it simply, the Diamond Golem could take a 6-armed Naga down with it. Let's see. Gloria picked up the heavy diamond, stroked it a little, and said in a serious voice, "Mother, since this research is successful, what are you going to do next?" The Fallen Witch looked at her with joy and slowly said, "Continue to increase the amount of alchemy conversion. We need Diamond Golem. If we can create a few Diamond Golems, I'm afraid we'll have the ability to open the door of the Adept Tower from the front." The Fallen Witch was naturally talking about the Shadow Plains Wizard Tower. Gloria heard this and fell into deep thought. Then she frowned and said, "Even if there are enough Diamond Golems and other materials, what about the soul shard that is close to the legendary level? We don't know any spells to imprison souls, and it's difficult to buy this kind of high-level soul shard in the material plane. Unless it was a cross-plane transaction, it was difficult to get such a high-level soul shard. However, cross-plane transactions were quite dangerous, and legendary figures could also encounter all kinds of accidents. The Fallen Witch also frowned. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Maybe Soren will have a way. After all, he is a god. He should be able to get a high-level soul shard." There was no way. It was difficult for the two witches to get a soul shard of this level, so in the end the matter was handed over to Soren. When he learned about this, Soren was also very surprised. And it attracted enough attention. Whether it was the Diamond Golem itself or the possibility of opening the door of the Shadow Plains Wizard Tower, it was enough reason for him to take action. Even, he still remembered the basic attributes of the famous Diamond Golem. Name: Diamond Golem, Puppet Golem, Grade 5, Highest Attribute, 35, requires modification. Lowest Attribute 10, Total Attribute, 90 to 115. Special abilities: Crushing Damage, Damage Reduction, Magic Resistance, Poison Attack. Resistance statistics: Strong Acid Resistance, 100 Cold Resistance, 100 Lightning Resistance, 100 Fire Resistance, 125. Crushing Resistance, 90 Piercing Resistance, 90 Slashing Resistance, 90 Ranged Resistance, 90 Magic Resistance, 100. Damage Immunity: Immune to normal weapon attacks, immune to +1 rare weapon attacks, immune to +2 rare weapon attacks, immune to poison attacks, immune to backstab attacks. Challenge difficulty: A++. The Diamond Golem's damage to enemies below the high grade was overwhelming. Needless to say, it could be seen from the terrifying damage reduction. It could be said that a Diamond Golem could single-handedly take on a small army under Soren's command. He had to get the Diamond Golem. Since there was a condition for a large number of troops, and such a high-level troop class, how could Soren not be tempted? It was more troublesome for him to get the Soul Crystal, but it was not so troublesome for his demon incarnation because one of the innate abilities of the Balrog was soul assimilation. As long as he killed a quasi-legendary demon, and used the soul assimilation to extract the soul energy, he could create high-level soul crystals. If he had the Diamond Golem as the vanguard, Soren might really be able to open the door of the Wizard Tower. Moreover, if he had to deal with those enemies in the future, he could find a way to open the portal, and try to airdrop the Diamond Golem to fight. It was a classic tactic of the Wizard City. Of course, the premise was that he had the diamond golem. Plans could never keep up with changes. Soren now had to divide his attention. On one hand, he paid attention to the movements of the god of the hunt, Malor, and on the other hand, he began to use his demon incarnation to create high-level soul crystals. Soren was determined to get the diamond golem that had a natural rune level of 21. Chapter 603. After sleeping all day today, I feel that my energy has recovered a lot. Outer Islands, Mordor City. The strong city wall had been reinforced once. Because of the increasing population, the gate of Mordor City had to be rebuilt. At the same time, 2 side gates were open next to the main gate. Today, Mordor City was also a big city with a population of more than 50,000, but the population calculation was different from other cities. There were less than 30,000 citizens recorded in Mordor City. About 20,000 of them were half-elves, and about 10,000 were human citizens. The human citizens were mainly pirates, merchants, and the army. At this time, at the gate of Mordor City, a large number of people had gathered. Even if there was a security team to maintain order, the scene was still a bit chaotic. Now Mordor City had its own order, and people had gradually adapted and assimilated into the daily life here. There was naturally something important that could attract so many people, because in addition to the residents of Mordor City, there were also merchants from Port Mordor who were attracted here. There were notices posted on the city wall. Someone was responsible for explaining. Because there were not many people who could read, most of the merchants could understand. Many merchants' eyes were already shining. The first notice was about the census. Mordor City would conduct its first census. All people with citizenship would be registered. Those who had enough contributions to Mordor City would get the title of honorary citizen, enjoy the various welfare and educational resources of Mordor City, and be eligible to run for the official class of Mordor City. The census covered a wide range, including half-elves, humans, indigenous slaves, and so on. The civilian class would also be included in the statistics this time, which would be beneficial to the future management of Mordor City. The second notice was about colonial reclamation. As mentioned before, under the arrangement of Soren, Mordor City was clearing out the nearby indigenous people. Now Soren had achieved certain results and occupied a lot of land near Mordor City. Soren had a lot of things to do now. Although Mordor City had its own operating system, the strength to support further colonial reclamation was still not enough. Whether it was population or resources, it was difficult for Mordor City to organize a large-scale expansion in a short time. Moreover, Soren's focus was still the city of Mordor itself. Instead of blindly expanding his territory, it was better to climb the technology tree in his own nest and perfect a series of measures such as agricultural development and irrigation. According to Soren's idea, Mordor's agriculture must be a big farm, which was more than 100 years ahead of this world. However, the land that had been conquered could not be wasted. Instead of letting grass grow there, it was better to use it for colonization and reclamation. The decree issued by Mordor City was to rent these lands to others at a ridiculously low price. They would get the resources and protection of Mordor City. They could rent an acre of land for only 1 silver dural. If these lands were farmed for 10 years, then these people could get the permanent right to use them. After the time limit, they could get the deed from the city hall. All the tools for colonial reclamation could be purchased and rented from Mordor City. The cost was completely at cost price, and Mordor City even paid for the transportation. Any colonists could get the protection of Mordor City. After all, the outer islands were still a bit dangerous. It could be said that in this colonization plan, except for the population, that Mordor City would not provide any convenience. Everything else could be obtained from Mordor City. Even if you didn't have money, as long as you had enough contributions to Mordor City, you could immediately rent land, tools, and resources from Mordor City. You could even owe money or borrow at very low interest. Of course, this kind of discount was only for those who had contributed enough to Mordor City, such as those soldiers who had military achievements. Land reclamation was tax-exempt for a year. In the next 3 years, only half of the tax was needed. After the calculation of merchants, If a person had more than 100 contribution points in Mordor City, then he only needed 10 Kindler to sit on about 100 acres of land. 10 Kindler could exchange for a small landlord. Although this may require them to develop from scratch, Mordor City could provide them with tools and resources, dispatch troops to protect their safety. All they needed was the initial investment, and then they could manage their land well for 10 years. The merchants smelled a huge business opportunity. For these merchants who could go overseas, 100 or 200 Kindler was nothing at all. They only needed to invest about 100 Kindler to get more than 1,000 acres of land. After 10 years, these lands would completely belong to them. Even if they counted the various investments for reclamation and the various resources that they needed to pay in the first 2 years, they could still realize this huge profit. However, this policy was only open to the citizens of Mordor City. Those who did not have the citizenship of Mordor City could not enjoy all this. However, there were countermeasures. The merchants tried to get the citizenship of Mordor City. Some merchant guilds on the south coast even directly donated money to Mordor City in exchange for contribution points, and then jointly took over more than 1,000 hectares of land in one breath. Other small merchants had no choice but to find a way to get a piece of the pie. They signed a contract with the citizens of Mordor City. They used their funds to invest and share the profits with the contractors. They strived to get enough benefits in this big event in Mordor City. The whole Mordor City was boiling. The news even spread to the south coast in a very short time. Even the Temple of Wealth was moved. They secretly mobilized the Chamber of Commerce under their control and took down more than 10,000 hectares of land in the Mordor City's colonization plan. City Lord's Mansion. Soren sat at his desk and looked at the map in front of him. Next to him was a thick stack of documents with many seals. Small-scale land applications could be handed over to the city hall, but the number exceeded a certain size. In order to prevent other forces from taking root too deeply near Mordor City, Soren needed to approve it personally. Only common interests could tie others to Soren's chariot. In front of Soren, the center of the map was Mordor City. There were 3 red dots near Mordor City. This was the first batch of land to be reclaimed and colonized. It was more than 300 square kilometers in area. It was planned to develop into 3 medium-sized towns around Mordor City. The second phase of the plan would be further expanded. Eventually, 12 towns would be built around Mordor City like stars. The whole plan. Mordor City was losing money. Just the first batch of investment, Mordor City lost nearly 3,000 Kindler. If it weren't for the merchants on the south coast desperately trying to squeeze in and bringing more than 20,000 Kindler to Soren, he would need to invest more resources now. This was a money-losing plan. In addition to Mordor City itself, all the participants were beneficiaries. As long as they could get the land, they could exchange it for huge profits in the future at a very small price. With Soren's god-level computing ability, after the final statistics were completed, he came to a general conclusion. If this phase of the reclamation and colonization plan was completed, Mordor City would lose about 150,000 Kindler, and during this time, the only source of income for Mordor City was the relatively meager tax. But this money-losing plan would also bring a huge benefit, that was, it would attract a large number of people to come here. After the merchants got the land, they would naturally find ways to operate it. Such a large land must be managed by trusted people. Mordor City had no labor to supply them, so they had to spend money to hire labor from other places, or buy slaves to work. Now the land was wasteland. A wasteland needed a lot of labor and tools to grow from nothing. Mordor City would provide the tools for reclamation, but other things still needed to be prepared by people themselves. Everything needed investment, and the most important investment was the population. Soren's credibility was well known all over the world. Although some merchants realized that Mordor City had been losing money, they finally couldn't resist the temptation and chose to believe in Soren's promise. The whole plan was to lose money in exchange for development. Soren directly used money in exchange for the second large-scale expansion of Mordor City. But this time, he distributed the benefits to the ordinary people, and the citizens of Mordor City could get a share of it. The interests of Mordor city itself and the surrounding rich land were still firmly in his own hands. This was an opportunity. It was also a signal to the outside world. Mordor city, which was close to saturation, attracted the attention of countless people in an instant. Mordor city was equivalent to an independent small kingdom, and the population here was Sauron's population. For a god, the number of people would never be too much. It was also on this day, after Sauron arranged all the plans, a row of data unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Comprehension of law. Transformation of godhood. You've obtained some information about the domain of rule. Ability upgrade. You've automatically comprehended a new domain, rule. Chapter 604. I'll post the photos on the public WeChat account. Pick the funniest one and send it out. Search for Buddha on WeChat and you'll see it. It was a little unexpected. Although Sauron had received information about rule in the past, even he didn't expect that after issuing this series of decrees, he would automatically master the rule domain. Sauron's identity was the Lord of Mordor, and he was also a god served by the half-elf church. From the perspective of a god, Sauron was deeply involved with the secular world. Most of the time, he was more like a ruler than a god. This was probably the key to his understanding of the rule domain. The development of Mordor was inseparable from his rule, and the Order of the South Coast was inseparable from his rule. For a long time, some kind of power had been gathering in him, and this time's decree had just reached the critical point of eruption. Rule divine domain. Your absolute rule has been recognized by most people. People are full of recognition for your wise leadership, which makes you master the power of faith in the secular world. When your rule is recognized by others, or when ordinary people feel happy, the effect similar to prayer will appear. The weak power of faith will automatically transform into your divine power. This domain allows you to rule people more easily. When you negotiate with anyone, you will gain an additional 100 negotiation points. Remark: the ruler's right to speak. Passive domain. Power, tyranny, rule, and other prerequisites of the clergy. A passive domain that could automatically transform divine power. At this moment, even Sauron himself was surprised. This was a divine domain that didn't provide any combat ability. The only function was that with Sauron's rule, the people under his rule would automatically gather a power of faith. This power of faith could improve Sauron's divine power. Whether as a god or a ruler, Sauron's name had long been deeply imprinted in their hearts, and the biggest role of the rule domain was to transform this imprint into a substantial power of faith. In the sky, Sauron's spiritual projection appeared above the city of Mordor. He felt another kind of call. It was not the prayer of the half-elf church, because it was much weaker than the prayer ceremony. However, the number of this call was huge. It seemed that all the residents of the city of Mordor had weak threads. Whenever they thought of the existence of Sauron or mentioned the name of Sauron, a very weak power of faith would automatically gather. Perhaps it was very small, but it could not be ignored. Sauron could feel tens of thousands of threads connecting to his mind, especially after the announcement of the new development order. It had only been a day. Even without praying, Sauron had already accumulated 2 divine power points. Domination was based on the foundation of the half-elf church, so Sauron's daily divine power points increased by 1. This discovery made Sauron even more determined, because according to this progress, before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, he would have enough divine power points to master the ability of changing reality and changing space. The more passive domains, the better. The more domains he had, the faster his divine power points would increase. Some powerful gods had many domains. For example, Lolth, the queen of spiders, had a large number of domains and domains. Sauron also needed to move in this direction. The city of wealth. A merchant ship set off quietly. This merchant ship didn't seem to be anything special, but if someone paid attention, they could still find a problem. There was too much food stored on this ship. In order to make enough profit, the merchant ship must have enough space to carry goods. How much could they make by carrying so much food? How much did we transport this time? As they left the port of the city of wealth, The sailors on the deck seemed to be relieved. Then a middle-aged man dressed as a rich businessman came over and asked another person. Now the labor force in Mordor is very popular. The one who answered him was a powerful warrior. He looked a bit like a gang member. After asking his subordinates, he said, "We have about 100 or 200 people this time. Don't worry. All of them are illegal residents and slaves. If it weren't for the fact that they had no money, they would have rushed over to Mordor to make money. Now it's chaotic outside. There are monsters everywhere. If not, there is war. It's good that these people can survive. The next batch will definitely bring a lot of people." Mordor City. Today's Mordor City had gradually replaced the status of the City of Wealth. Everyone on the south coast knew that it was quite rich. It was said that Sir Soren was so extravagant that the slaves could eat their fill every day. The continent was gradually becoming chaotic. The life of the civilian class was getting harder and harder. Now that such a thing happened in Mordor City, naturally many people wanted to mix in. The environment in the outer islands may be a lot worse, but at least Mordor City would not be at war. Even a beggar on the south coast now knew that Mordor City was the most powerful city on the sea. The war on the mainland would not affect Mordor City. Okay. The rich businessman nodded and said, "I'll transfer another ship to you after a while. You can find a way to transport more people over. Aren't there refugees in the south? You just have to bring them over. These refugees don't need to be paid. Just give them food and they can work. But you have to choose. Forget about the old, weak, sick, and disabled. We only need young and strong people who can work over there." The burly man replied, "I know. I won't fool you with the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Besides, those people can't survive the sea route. Sailing was not something that everyone could endure." The rich businessman smiled with satisfaction and stuffed a small bag of kindler into the other party's hand. The burly man weighed it and put it into his arms with a smile. Mordor City's development plan this time would lose 150,000 kindler. It could be said that most of the participants could make money. Things that could make money were naturally very attractive. Now the south coast was full of people looking for business opportunities. Get them some food and send it down. The rich businessman stood on the deck for a while and felt a little tired. He ordered the others, "Get enough food and let them all eat. I don't have time to delay. They have to come down and work when they get there." Soon someone went to work. The rich businessman said a few words and returned to the cabin. Speaking of which, there was one thing that these businessmen criticized in Mordor City at the beginning. That was, even the slaves in Mordor City ate well. According to the businessmen's point of view, these people would not starve to death. There was no need to pay extra expenses. However, this rule did not work well in Mordor City. Although there was no explicit rule, the unspoken rule of Mordor City was that even slaves could not be starved at will. This seemed to be an unspoken rule formed by Sir Soren's personal preference. Just like how clean and tidy Mordor City was, many people thought that Sir Soren had misophobia. The law in Mordor City was strict. Here, even privately owned slaves could not be killed at will. Otherwise, they would be punished. It might be a large fine, or even the owner himself would be whipped. 3 whips. They didn't know what to say. Anyway, all the businessmen who had been to Mordor City felt that this place was different from any city they had ever seen. Chapter 605. Bottomless Abyss, the third layer of the Forgotten Land. Outside the Galumba Arena was a broken street. The prosperity of the past had long disappeared. After the death of the demon Lord Myamide, the town fell apart at a very fast speed. Many of the demons in the neutral camp had left here. The war affected their business. Whether it was the Ross demons or the Night Witches, they all went to safer places for the time being. Currently, a tripartite situation had already formed outside the arena. The most powerful one was undoubtedly the Balrog Sauron. At first, people thought that he would quickly defeat the other demons, and then occupy the entire Galumba arena. But what others did not expect was that Sauron the Beheader actually began to gather his forces. During this time, he stayed in the Lava Tavern. However, this peace had now been broken. Boom! A violent explosion sounded outside the Galumba arena. At the position where the Baler's body was nailed, a group of demons was fighting. Fireball. Sauron exuded a terrifying aura. He raised his hand and blasted out a fireball. The instantaneous fireball of the Balrog every day was very lethal. With Sauron's current ability of instantaneous fireball 5 times a day, he was basically a human-shaped self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. He had a crushing advantage over the middle and low-grade demons. Behind him was a group of Hezru and Berserk demons. In order to control these subordinates and increase the consumption of cannon fodder, Sauron subdued a lot of simple-minded demons. The succubus lady boss of the tavern also stood behind him, but these succubi didn't join the battle. Sword form beheading. A 4-armed snake demon fell under Sauron's sword. The other demons were afraid of his strength and retreated. At this time, from behind the enemy, a 6-armed snake demon and a judgment demon appeared. Summon demon. Dominate demon. Sauron's powerful strength inadvertently made other high-grade demons feel afraid, so when Sauron attacked them, the 2 high-grade demons of legendary strength immediately united together. On the battlefield, it was obvious that there were more demons in the enemy camp, but when Sauron launched Summon Demon, a small accident happened. This accident suddenly led to the reversal of the situation on the battlefield. Sauron summoned a Balrog. It must be explained in detail here. As a powerful high-grade demon, Sauron's own Summon Demon ability also improved. In the beginning, when he was only in the form of a Dretch, he could only summon the lowest level of Dretch. When he advanced into the form of a Flame Demon, he could summon demons of a lower level or Berserk demons of similar strength. At this time, Sauron's summon of demons, 2 to 5 demons and 1 to 2 Berserk demons. When Sauron's strength advanced into the form of a Balrog, there was no doubt that his Summon Demon ability was improved again. Summon Demon innate ability. As a high-grade demon, you can summon other demons to help you fight. You will be able to summon 4 to 8 Dretches, 2 to 4 Berserk demons, 1 to 2 Flame demons, or 25% chance to summon another Balrog. This ability is equivalent to a level 8 summoning spell. The summoned demons may attack you. The more powerful the demon, the more likely it is to ignore your orders. You can rely on the ability of Dominate Demon to control them. Even Sauron himself did not expect that he would summon another Balrog. In an instant, Sauron felt a strong will of resistance. As a Balrog of the same level, the one summoned by Sauron obviously did not intend to listen to his orders. Perhaps this Balrog responded to his summon more to kill and fight. The bottomless abyss had a strong will of chaos. Any summoning spell could fail, but if it succeeded, some demons would be forcibly summoned even if they did not want to. At this time, it required the strength and will of both sides to collide. But it did not matter. Sauron was not afraid of the collision of will. Dominate Demon. When he used his innate ability of Dominate Demon, the Balrog in front of him immediately had a fierce mental confrontation with Sauron. The final winner was undoubtedly him. The will of the Balrog was suppressed by him. 2 Balrogs, one on the left and one on the right, 2 legendary Balrogs surrounded the enemies in front of them that were nearly twice their number. Body of Flame. The raging flames raged out. Sauron and the other Balrog activated their innate abilities at the same time. However, there was still a little difference between the two. Sauron's body of flame covered a larger area, and his strength was obviously higher than the other Balrogs. The other Balrogs had looked like a minotaur, but with huge demon horns. The other party's body was nearly 4 meters tall, which was taller than Sauron. The upper body was as strong as a minotaur, and the lower body, especially the feet, were simply hooves. There was also a tail on the Balrog's buttocks, and the demon's wings were much larger than Sauron's. Compared to that, Sauron looked closer to a human shape. The outline of his face was still human, but his ears were quite pointed. There was a mysterious demon tattoo on his naked chest. There was no tail on his buttocks, and his feet were not hooves. This Balrog was a standard Balrog. Strictly speaking, Sauron's Balrog form was a variant that changed because of his own will. There was almost no difficulty in the battle. Originally, Sauron was still in danger when he fought a 6-armed snake demon and a soul verdict at the same time. However, when he summoned another Balrog, the battle became not difficult at all. Sauron won. The six-armed snake demon died at his hands, but because his body needed high-level soul crystals, he had to give up absorbing the demon's power and used soul assimilation to create a diamond golem. The soul verdict died at the hands of another Balrog. It was also killed with soul assimilation. Sauron got 2 high-level soul crystals in one breath. The outside of the Golumba arena had been completely conquered by him. After killing a group of middle-grade demons, the rest of the cannon fodder surrendered and became his captives. This should be the easiest battle for Sauron since he came to the abyss. There was no difficulty at all. The 2 Balrogs completely crushed the whole field. The casualties on his side were less than 1/10 of the enemies, and Sauron didn't even use his big move, Balrog Khos'ran. After getting rid of all the enemies, Sauron cancelled the control of the other Balrog. In a simple exchange, Sauron knew that this was a Balrog from the 19th floor of the abyss. It responded to Sauron's summon only because it was bored, but after the battle was over. However, after the battle, Sauron reached a deal with it, or rather, a summoning contract that was beneficial to both sides. In return, Sauron gave it a bottle of magma dragon's blood. The content of the contract between the 2 Balrogs was that Sauron could summon it when he needed it, and Sauron had to respond to its summons as much as possible. A simple alliance was formed. The success rate of this alliance was about 50% because the abyss itself had the interference of the chaotic will. Even if they formed an alliance, the success rate of summoning another Balrog could only be increased to 50%. Chapter 606. The battle was over. Because he accidentally summoned another Balrog, Sauron easily took over all the territories outside the Golumba arena. Now the only thing stopping him from controlling the Golumba arena was the demonic goblins hiding inside the arena. The huge circular arena was like a fortress. Even with Sauron's ability, it was difficult to conquer it. He needed a large number of cannon fodder to break through the defense line of the demonic goblins. Otherwise, he might be surrounded and killed by the enemy. After all, the demonic incarnation was not the main body. With the strength of the main body, he could naturally leave and stay as he wished. However, this demonic incarnation did not have any professional abilities. It was completely dependent on the innate power of the Balrog. If it was surrounded, it would be a dead end. However, Sauron also had his own way, which was to make a deal with the neutral evil demons. For Sauron, the wealth of the abyss was nothing. He did not care about the territories outside the Golumba arena. Therefore, after he defeated the other greater demons, he immediately gathered all the neutral evil demons. He was ready to make a deal with these evil demons. The content of the deal was the territories outside the Golumba arena. The next day, in the Lava Tavern. The first to come to the Lava Tavern was a greater Anababa. She controlled the weapons trade outside the Golumba arena. Then came the Night Witches, Nagros demons, Lesser Rasi demons, and so on. Almost all the neutral evil demons outside the arena were gathered here by Sauron. The tavern was very quiet. The flirtatious lady boss stood behind Sauron, her fingers gently pressing on his shoulder. It had to be said that these succubus really knew how to please males. This skill was not only limited to the pleasure in bed, but also included other aspects. The succubus naturally knew how to satisfy the male's desire to conquer everyone. Sauron stood up and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the Anababa in front of him. This Anababa was not simple. It was said that she came from the Azura realm, and later changed her business to the Abyss. In addition, the secondary Ross Devils were also very powerful. The Ross Devils had a huge trading network. Even the smuggling trade in the Abyss Blood War was done by them. After pausing for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "I intend to make a deal with you. This is the content of the contract. If you are interested, you might as well take a look." In the bottomless abyss, only the Nether River contract was binding. Demons were not as trustworthy as demons. Things like going back on their word often happened. The demons of the neutral evil camp had long learned their lesson. They would never believe a contract that did not have anything to do with the river Styx. A contract was passed into the hands of the other evil spirits. The first to receive it was the high-grade Anababa. She glanced at it, and a hint of surprise appeared on her ugly face. She slowly said, "Sir Sauron. So you're saying that if we help you take down the Golumba arena, you'll give us the territories outside?" Sauron silently observed the expressions of the other demons. After everyone looked around, he slowly nodded and said, "That's right. If you help me take down the Golumba arena, all the territories outside will belong to you. Not only these territories, but I'll also give you half of the profits from the casino after the arena reopens." The demons were very powerful. The demons present were all engaged in planar transactions. If they did not travel to other levels of the bottomless abyss, they would directly go to the bottomless abyss, the Bator Inferno, and the Azura Field, to trade. These demons had guards and mercenaries. Because of their neutral nature, they liked to do business, but they did not like to be involved in the disputes of demons. Sauron wanted to use the demons' guards and mercenaries to kill the demons and goblins in one fell swoop. In return, he would give all the territories except for the Lava Tavern Street to these demons as a reward. Any order required wealth and power to maintain. Sauron did not lack either. As long as these demons were willing to fight, they would be able to receive generous rewards. The bottomless abyss was not a material plane. Sauron's main body had been operating in the material plane for a long time, and could easily mobilize a large number of people. However, his demon incarnation could not do this. If he wanted to take down the Golumba arena, he would need the help of these demons. Moreover, a successful trade could gain the demons' trust. The reason why demons rarely appeared in the bottomless abyss was that many demons were willing to deal with demons rather than demons. It could be said that the trade of all the planes in the bottomless abyss could not compare to the first level of the Bator Inferno. Chaos was a disaster by nature. Soon, the demons in front of Sauron made a decision because Sauron gave them an irresistible temptation. "I need more people." After the high-grade Onababa signed the contract, she turned around and looked at the other demons. Her gaze stopped on the secondary Ross demons for a while. She seemed to be provoking them. "My sister is doing business in Blood Town in the first level of the bottomless abyss. If we want to take down the Golumba arena, we need to hire some mercenaries from there." The secondary Ross demons bowed slightly to Sauron and said slowly, "Your Excellency Sauron. According to the contract, I will gather at least 500 subordinates. My family is the Lord of the Azura Field. It seems that I need to go back." This was a war. It was impossible to take down the Golumba arena with just the thousands of demons that Sauron had subdued, because it was occupied by all the demons and goblins. Although they were now without a leader, the goblins had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. There were originally tens of thousands of demons and goblins in the Golumba arena. After the initial chaos, the demons that had been suppressed for a long time went berserk. The number of goblins decreased by a few thousand, but now there were still an army of 5,000 to 6,000. It was impossible for Sauron to take down the arena with just his cannon fodder. The only way to take down the arena quickly was to rely on the guards and mercenaries of the demons. After eliminating these demons and goblins, Sauron could be considered to have taken over the arena. However, if he wanted to become the demon lord that completely controlled the Golumba arena, there was still a problem in front of Sauron, and that was the abyssal demon dragon that occupied the nearby lava volcano. It was the ally of the former demon lord, Miamide Calamity Coin. The thoughts of the abyssal demon dragon were hard to guess. Sauron might be able to form an alliance with it, but he might also need to personally kill it. Everything depended on the attitude of the abyssal demon dragon. Chapter 607. With the arrival of summer and autumn, the climate of Mordor City gradually changed. At the port, a fishing boat full of seafood returned, and soon a group of laborers who made a living on the dock came to carry it. Buckets of fresh fish were sent to the shore, and there were already many merchants waiting there. Because it was a coastal city, the price of seafood in Mordor City was quite cheap, and the supply was quite large. In Mordor City, the rich class rarely ate seafood. These fresh fish were more supplied to the lower-class civilians and the laborers who migrated to Mordor City to work. Even slaves could often eat fish. The rich disliked the fishy smell of seafood, and even they couldn't afford spices that could temper the fishy smell. That thing was sometimes equivalent to gold of the same weight. Old Jack, a rich businessman, approached the fishing boat, looked at it for a while, and said slowly, "Send me a batch of fish. Did you catch any sharks this time? Give me one if you did." Shark meat was the cheapest. For some reason, except for a small part of the shark, the other parts were only eaten by the lower class, so the price was naturally the cheapest. "Yes." An old man with a beard nodded and quickly ordered someone to send it over. During this time, many outsiders came to Mordor City, and the consumption of all kinds of food was very high. Because the price of fish had always been very cheap, the sales were very high, so this was the third time they went out to sea this week. The sailors were busy, taking advantage of today's rest. Many of them walked towards the tavern with their arms around each other's shoulders. Old Jack scolded them, and then said seriously, "Don't gamble. Leave some money to marry a woman. If you lose it all, just wait to be an old bachelor." 3 or 5 sailors nodded with a smile. Old Jack was a very good person. No one would have thought that he had been a bloody pirate. A stable life and the law of Mordor City had worn away his hostility. He just wanted to make more money while he still had some strength to leave some property for little Jack. The deputy went to do the next thing. Old Jack walked around the street a few times, and then quietly entered an alley. A man hidden in the shadows was waiting for him. Nothing unusual recently. Old Jack's expression became serious, and there was even a faint murderous aura. He said in a deep voice, "There is a businessman named Endry who is a little strange. You can ask the higher-ups to send someone to investigate." The man in the shadows nodded and picked up a pen to record it. Then he slowly said, "I understand. You can leave now." Old Jack nodded and turned to walk out of the alley. There were a group of retired pirates in Mordor City. Most of them were not young or had been injured. After retiring, these people began to live the lives of ordinary people. However, some of the elites were still inextricably linked to the intelligence organization that Soren had secretly set up. These people were Soren's informants. Nothing in the city of Mordor could escape his eyes. Even in other places, there were many people like Old Jack who were sent out. It was still early. Old Jack stood at the dock and thought for a moment, then turned and walked towards the sea temple. During this time, the fishing in Mordor City was quite rich. Maybe the blessing of the sea goddess had taken effect. Whether it was out of respect or gratitude to the gods, Old Jack was used to donating to the sea temple from time to time. Now the scale of the sea temple has expanded a lot. Because of the blessings of the sea goddess, the sea temple finally tied with the Temple of Wealth. There were many believers at the entrance of the sea temple. Old Jack subconsciously looked around before entering. With informants like them, even the Temple of Wealth and the Sea Temple were within the scope of surveillance. Because in Mordor City, no power could be out of control. Sir Soren allowed the 2 churches to develop their faith here, but he would never allow their power to go out of control. This was a boundary between the gods and the churches. The city lord's mansion. After spending nearly a week, Soren finally got the exact information. The location of the god of the hunt, Maelor. North of Whiterun City, at the junction of the Elven Forest, near the barren highlands in the north, a territory of the orcs. The belief of the god of the hunt was spread all over the world. Therefore, his church's believers were relatively special, and rarely moved in civilized areas. So this time, in order to determine his location, Soren also spent a lot of effort. Originally, he wanted to ask Gloria to use prophecy to locate the location, but the cost of using prophecy to locate a god was too great. In the end, he could only find it slowly, but he didn't expect to determine the specific location of the target so quickly. The Avatar crisis was coming. Many of the more scheming gods hid first, just like the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. No one could determine where she was until now. Now that the god of the hunt, Maelor, had exposed his whereabouts, the plan against him could begin. The Shadow Plane. Gloria, who was working in the laboratory, suddenly raised her head, and then a teleportation spell appeared outside. She frowned slightly and said, "What triggered the alarm trap I set?" A series of spells appeared. To be on the safe side, Gloria first blessed herself with many spells, and then walked to the edge of the wizard tower. Since this place was an important target of the attack, the two witches had set up a large number of alarm spells nearby to prevent other creatures from the shadow plane from running over. Gloria's footsteps suddenly stopped. She frowned and looked at the sight in front of her. She murmured, "Are these the feathers of the shadow raven?" Feathers and blood. There were obvious traces of battle nearby. The shadow raven was a creature they had seen before, a huge raven that lived in this plane. The combat power of this thing was not much lower than that of the dragon subspecies. Dragon scale. Gloria carefully walked over and reached out to pick up a scale on the ground. It was a light gray scale that was close to translucent. It looked a bit like the scale of a black dragon, but the size of the scale was only the size of a fingernail. It didn't look like it came from a huge adult dragon, but more like a young dragon that had transitioned to its youth. Gloria was stunned for a moment, and then said with an excited expression, "Is there a young dragon nearby?" This was the scale of a shadow dragon. It was a kind of dragon that lived in the shadow plane. It was an earth-type dragon that was sinister and cunning. It rarely appeared in other worlds, but it would occasionally appear in the Underdark. There was a lot of blood nearby. However, there was no corpse of the shadow raven, which meant that in the battle that happened not long ago, the dragon didn't have any advantage. Under the siege of an adult dragon, it shouldn't be difficult to kill one or two shadow ravens. The only explanation for this situation was that the shadow dragon that was besieged by the shadow ravens was at most a young dragon. No, Gloria quickly set up a spell nearby, and then walked toward the teleportation gate. She murmured, "I have to tell Soren about this." If there was a young dragon nearby, then there was a lot of things that could be done. Of course, the purpose was not to kill it. A young dragon didn't have enough wealth, and the wealth of a dragon was accumulated over a long period of time. To deal with such a young dragon, Gloria felt that there was a high possibility that they could subdue or control it. The blood of a dragon was also a good subject for research. As a neutral northern witch, Gloria didn't mind catching it and releasing some dragon blood from time to time. Maybe it was because she had been with Soren for too long. Gloria also began to deviate a little bit from the evil faction. The discovery of the Northern Witch quickly alarmed Soren and the Fallen Witch. Capturing an immature shadow dragon wasn't much of a problem for the true form of a god and two legendary witches. Therefore, Soren quickly decided to settle this matter first. Dragons had a wide range of activities, but as long as this young shadow dragon appeared near the wizard tower, Soren could still find it with a little effort. As for the next matter, it was easy to handle. One of them was the true body of a deity, while the other two were legendary witches. I'm just asking you if you're scared. Chapter 608. The light of dawn shone down. A peaceful day in Mordor began again. Busy people began to prepare for work, and there was a faint sound of children playing in their ears. Rainboard tidied up his clothes, reached for the curved sword that was mixed with a trace of mithril, and turned to walk towards his post. He was a half-drow, and he had been in Mordor for some time. As a drow ranger, he was the first to follow the chief warrior here. From time to time, people greeted him on the road, and Rainboard nodded and smiled slightly. He had always hoped to change people's views on the drows. Maybe other places were still hostile to the drows, but Mordor had accepted them. There were not many female drows in Mordor. These stubborn female drows still gathered around the priest. For a long time, the concept of male inferiority still made it difficult for them to recognize the status of other male drows. It was difficult to change thousands of years of tradition in a short time. That was why those damn female drows rejected Mordor, and also rejected these male drows who were getting higher and higher in status. Rainboard knew all of this. He knew why the chief priest had been unwilling to completely get close to Mordor. Because when the Dark Maiden fell, although she died in the hands of her mother, there was still something left. Just recently, the female drows had contacted the Underdark, and they seemed to have received some help. At least when he went back last time, he saw some specialties from the Underdark. Rainboard was a half-drow. In fact, almost all those who stayed in Mordor and had a strong sense of identity with Mordor were half-drow. Many of those who stayed in their original groups were pure-blooded drows, and the people they could influence. Rainboard liked it here. Mordor gave him a way to exchange his strength for status, instead of having to work hard like in the past. Even if he made countless efforts, his status was always lower than those female priests. There were many curious eyes on the road. There were only 100 or 200 drows in Mordor, all of whom were first-class elites. From time to time, outsiders would be surprised to see them. Rainboard was used to it. People greeted him all the time on the road, and some invited him to drink in the evening, but Rainboard refused. He did not touch alcohol. As a warrior who was strict with himself, Rainboard was very demanding of himself. He hoped to enter the realm of legends one day. As a high-grade professional who had just advanced, this possibility was still very high. Lord Rainboard. At the corner of the street, a somewhat timid voice sounded in Rainboard's ears. This gentle voice made him stop in his tracks. When he turned around, his cold face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He said softly, "Lucina. Good morning." A young and immature girl. Her ears were slightly pointed, which meant that she was a half-elf. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" A faint blush appeared on the little girl's fair face. She timidly handed him a lunchbox and shyly said, "This is for you. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll head back first." When the other gnomes saw this, some of them gave kind laughs, which made the little girl's footsteps become even more frantic. Even Rainboard himself couldn't help blushing slightly, but he was very dark, so no one could see anything, because their image in people's eyes was already very bad. After coming to live in Mordor, the Drow warrior had been strict with them. If anything out of line happened, the warrior would even personally whip the offender. Therefore, the Drow warriors in Mordor gave people the impression that they were serious, strict, rigid, cold, and so on. That was the feeling that Rainboard gave people before. For a long time, although the Drow warriors were accepted by Mordor, they did not really integrate into the people. Others were afraid of them, and carefully kept a distance from them. This situation was until one thing happened. Demon invasion. The disciples of fear summoned demons in Mordor, causing great damage to the city and killing many innocent people. That day, Rainboard also joined the battle. As a high-grade Drow warrior, he discovered the demons immediately and protected the civilians near the street where he lived. At the same time, he also killed a Hezru in a bloody battle and saved a little half-elf girl. That was the girl just now. For this reason, he lost an arm, and it was the priest of the temple who cast limb regeneration on him to recover. Everything changed. Rainboard suddenly found that people around him began to treat him kindly, and even the ant next door would help him clean the yard from time to time. Every morning, people began to greet him. Although Rainboard only nodded slightly in response many times, people seemed to have gotten used to and accepted his serious attitude. All along, the Drows lacked a chance to prove themselves, and the demon invasion made many people agree with them. "It seems that the little girl is interested in you." There was a teasing voice from his companions. Facing the teasing of his companions, Rainboard thought seriously and said seriously, "If I can, I want to marry her." Everyone was surprised. Then there was the noise of other guards. Many of these people were pirates, and their temperament was not as calm as the Drow warriors. Rainboard liked the little girl. As a Drow warrior with strong self-esteem, he hated the female Drows in the tribe. Strong, domineering, rude, arrogant. Rainboard could use many words to describe his views on female Drows, because since he was a child, female Drows had left a huge shadow in his heart. His ideal opposite sex should be someone like Lucina. If he liked her, he would marry her. As a serious Drow warrior, Rainboard thought so. The handover was completed quickly. Rainboard led a team of people to guard outside a building. This was the core forbidden area of Mordor, and even he did not enter. Every day, there were 3 Drow warriors leading the team to guard day and night. No one was allowed to enter here except for Sir Soren, the 2 witches, and Miss Vivian. They were the guards outside, and there were many magic traps inside. There had always been many enemies who wanted to spy on the secrets, but these people ended up miserable. Everything seemed to be the same. But today, when Rainboard was patrolling outside a house, he suddenly felt his heart beat faster, and his hair stood up. He could not help but tense up and enter a combat state. At the same time, he pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. There was an invisible aura. There must be something locked up in this house. When Rainboard turned to look at the others around him, he suddenly found that everyone had the same expression. Dragon's aura? A man who claimed that 8 of his ribs had been broken by a white dragon suddenly jumped up. His voice was slightly excited and trembling. He said excitedly, "I will never be wrong. This must be the feeling of the dragon's aura." This man was called Boater. A very rare name. He used to be an elite pirate troupe, but now he was transferred to guard the forbidden area of Mordor. This was a talkative man. However, he had a good relationship with others. He liked to drink and brag. His favorite thing to do was to take off his shirt in the tavern after getting drunk, revealing the huge scar on his chest. He would tell others how he followed Sir Soren to slay dragons, and then how he was hit by an adult white dragon's tail. After 8 of his ribs were broken, he still survived tenaciously. This was an old pirate. The real elite of Mordor, the elite of the elite. Even Rainboard was not sure if he could beat him. He was one of the few survivors of the White Dragon battle. Day and night alternated. The people of Mordor were performing every day. The tavern was always the most lively place. Here, you could hear a one-armed old man telling people how they fought the Swamp King in an absolute disadvantage. Here, you might also meet a guy who liked to take off his shirt and brag that he had been hit by an adult dragon. There were such stories every day. From the naval battle of the Son of Dagon, the fall of the Swamp King, the decisive battle of Raging Sand Island, the dragon-slaying battle, against the indigenous people, against the fleet of the southern island countries, against the cruel and ferocious Vrykul pirates, to the expedition to Autumnfall, and so on. You can't get enough of the stories here. They were all warriors, and they were also survivors. Maybe they would die in some places in the future, but they would leave their own shadows in these stories. Mordor. This rising city in the outer islands was like a star. Its glory belonged to Soren, but it also belonged to these unknown people. This was the soul of Mordor. P.S. I suddenly felt like writing, so I added a short paragraph. Chapter 609. Author's Note. I'm brewing a wave of climax, and I'm feeling it a little, but it's not in place yet. You should be used to it, because every time you reach a certain plot point, Fu2 has to prepare for it. Was it really the dragon's might? Rainboard felt the chill all over his body, and suddenly found that it was indeed very similar to the legendary dragon's might. The most common dragon in Mordor City was the wyvern raised by Miss Vivian. This was a dragon subspecies, and it also had a very faint dragon's might. Ordinary people might be scared and unable to move. Before Rainboard advanced to a high-grade profession, he had encountered such a situation a little, but later he slowly got used to it. The dragon's might was not enough to affect the strong-willed drow warrior. Someone is coming over there. A dark guard with a few whips on his head suddenly said. His name was Zagud, which was a very good name. Unlike the other guards, Zagud spoke with a strong indigenous accent. He was a strong and burly indigenous man. There was a slave brand on his cheek, which meant that he was once a slave gladiator of the lowest status. Zagud was also a small legend in Mordor City. As an indigenous slave, he was forced to mix from a slave gladiator to the most important forbidden area guard in Mordor City. Many slaves took him as an example and regarded him as an idol. Mordor City was such a magical place. Anyone had the opportunity to climb up step by step. Even slaves without freedom could become honorary citizens of Mordor City, or even gain a higher status. This was the soul of Mordor City, a kind of urban heritage that gradually brewed and precipitated over time. When it really took shape, the rules of Mordor City would also be imprinted in it. Soft footsteps. The forbidden areas of Mordor City were all guarded by high-grade professions. Perhaps there were not many spellcasters in Mordor City, but there were quite a lot of high-grade melee professions in Mordor City. From the beginning, they pacified the other pirate kings, then intervened in Arendel's battle with the army of the southern island countries, then went on an expedition to Autumnfall to fight against the orcs, and finally cleared many indigenous tribes in the outer islands. The battles trained the elites of Mordor City. The men who survived the battle all worked hard to hone themselves. Only a battle of life and death could make them understand how important their own strength was. In the power net of Mordor City, although the number of high-grade spellcasters was less than 2 digits, the number of high-grade melee professions could reach 4 digits. It could be said that no force in the entire material plane had more high-grade melee professions than Sauron. Of course, there was no force more capable and experienced more battles than the pirates under Sauron's command. Even now, when it was close to the time of construction, the city of Mordor still had 3 legions stationed outside to fight against the indigenous people. A fleet blocked the sea near the Amazon jungle, and the battle to clear out the indigenous tribes had never stopped. The guards of the Forbidden Zone were dispatched from these elites, and the loyalty of any one of them could withstand the test. The only pity was that, although Mordor City had a large number of high-grade professions, there was still not a single legendary-level warrior. Mordor City had a base of more than 1,000 high-grade professions with a profession level of 15. They were all small pirate leaders and other elite troops that had been trained in battles. But so far, among all the melee professions in Mordor City, no one had entered the realm of legend. The only one who was closest to the realm of legend was the pirate leader, Giant, then Scarface and One-Eyed Dragon. Even the pirate leaders under Sauron's command still had not stepped into the realm of legend. It was estimated that among these people, it would be amazing if 1 in 100 could advance into the realm of legend. Who? Rainboard quickly found the person, but when he saw the other party's appearance he immediately bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Your Excellency High Priest." The person who came was the High Priest of Mordor City. She was the leader of the Half-Elf Church, a powerful psionic warlock and a priest. Her status was second only to the Mistress Gloria and Miss Vivian. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, the High Priest only managed the church's affairs, and did not intervene in the operation of the Mordor City Council at all. However, no one dared to underestimate her status. "You two stay here." Behind the High Priestess were 2 young priestesses. One of them was quite famous because she was a saint priestess. Hearing the High Priest's instructions, the 2 young female priests nodded respectfully. Immediately afterward, the High Priest walked towards the Forbidden Zone and nodded slightly. "My lord summoned me for something. Be careful and don't let anyone come close." Rainboard said seriously, "Yes. I understand." The Forbidden Zone was an important secret of Mordor City. The High Priest naturally knew how important the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane was, but this time she came for something else. Faint Dragon's Aura. The High Priest was already very familiar with the dragon's aura. She turned and entered a warehouse, then saw Sauron and Gloria standing at the door. "My lord." The High Priest bowed slightly, glanced at the shadow dragon trapped in chains in front of her, and whispered, "Is this what you're looking for me for?" Sauron will forcibly suppress the shadow dragon in front of him. He turned and glanced at the High Priest behind him and slowly said, "Yes. I'll leave it to you." It was an underage shadow dragon. It was probably about to reach its youth. Its size was only about 7 meters, and its bloodline was very pure. It should be the offspring of the shadow dragon. There was a circle of chains wrapped around its huge dragon body with simple runes on it, which could restrict its movements. The pride of the dragon made it difficult to tame them. Sauron didn't want to waste too much time, so he tied it up directly after finding the target. The battle was not worth mentioning. A god's body and 2 legendary witches. It would be strange if it wasn't easy. After seeing the High Priest, Gloria nodded slightly, dispelled the spell, and then teleported away. Sauron had already brought back the high-grade soul crystals. During this time, she was busy researching how to make the diamond golem with her mother. In addition, they also found a book in the War Chest Plains library, which introduced something called the Supreme Golem. Gloria and Fallen which were quite curious about this kind of golem. The High Priest gently came in front of the shadow dragon. She could feel the anger and uneasiness of the little guy in front of her. After a simple telepathic contact, she nodded slightly and said, "There should be no problem, but it may take some time." Taming a purebred dragon was very troublesome. On the surface, subduing it was not what Sauron wanted. What he needed was a dragon that would not hesitate to follow his orders. Therefore, this matter could only be done by the High Priest. Because she was a powerful psionic warlock, she could control the minds of other creatures, change their thoughts, and control their consciousness. In the whole material plane, no one was better than her. Soren nodded with satisfaction. He did not care about spending a little more time, but his control of the shadow dragon must be firm enough. After handing over the matter of taming the dragon to the high priest, Soren directly teleported back to his study, and then began to continue to study how to deal with the god of the hunt, Malor. After this period of time, Soren roughly came up with 3 feasible plans. The first plan was to rope in other allies and invite them to deal with the god of the hunt together. At present, the only people he could choose were Princess Royal, the sea goddess, the goddess of wealth, and the goddess of agriculture. The possibility of Princess Royal taking action was not high. The sea goddess was probably feasible, but she did not seem to have fallen yet. Even if she took action, she would only be the incarnation of a god. If they succeeded in killing the god of the hunt, the sea goddess would certainly share the divine domain and divine power of the prey. The probability of inviting the goddess of wealth was even lower, and the goddess of agriculture probably did not like fighting. Soren thought about a lot of things during this time, but after thinking about it, he found that the price of allying with allies was too high. He certainly could not give up the core divine domain of the god of the hunt, and give a part of it to others. Otherwise, why would he bother with it? Moreover, the success rate of this alliance was very low, and the possibility of exposing himself to the enemy was higher. So, after collecting information for such a long time, and analyzing a lot of things, Soren still felt that the other 2 plans were more reliable. It was better to be prepared. Soren had always been a person who acted with a plan, so he was thinking about whether to carry out the other 2 plans at the same time. Chapter 6:10. North of the city of Moder was a cliff. There used to be a large group of Murlocs living here, but because of the strong rise of Moder, these Murlocs had long migrated to other places. Now a stockade was built with fences here. Few outsiders knew what this place was for, but if they wanted to pry, they could still find out something. Because there was a need to transport a lot of meat here every day. Basically, it was caught fish. Occasionally, other meat would be sent to the stockade. Today, Phil Reed felt that his head was about to explode. He was a drow warrior, but he also had some of the abilities of a ranger. For a long time he had been busy with one thing, that was taming the captured wyverns. The first 3 wyverns that were sent here were almost tamed. Although they could not fly yet, he had already touched a little bit of progress. At first, there were 4 wyverns, one of which was Miss Vivian's pet. Now it had grown bigger than an adult wyvern. Phil Reed had always wanted to know how Miss Vivian fed it, but arcane magic was full of secrets. Who knew what method she used? There was a roar of beasts in the strong cage. Phil Reed felt that he had to ask for more manpower from his superiors. Otherwise he would be too busy every day. Stop it! Phil Reed turned and glanced at the cage behind him. He raised his whip and whipped it directly. The velociraptor locked inside made a painful roar, and then gradually became obedient. At first, it was a few wyverns, then a group of velociraptors was sent over. Today Motor City sent him a few huge crows. At first glance, he knew that these crows were not creatures from the material plane. The higher-ups actually wanted him to see if he could tame them. They were treating him as a professional beast tamer. Although Phil Reed had mastered the skill of taming petrified lizards, it was a creature raised by the drows. If he wanted to tame something else, he would have to figure out the habits of the creatures again. Call Kindet over. Phil Reed looked at the velociraptor beside him, then turned his head to look at the shadow raven in the other cage. He patted his head and said, "I want to see the samurai chief." That's not enough manpower. He has to send a few more people over. Soren caught a young shadow dragon. Along the way he also caught a few shadow ravens. Shadow ravens were huge flying birds that could not be seen in material planes. They could only be encountered in other planes. He didn't care much about whether he could tame it or not. Anyway, he would let the people below try it later. The indigenous people's technique of taming velociraptors gave him inspiration. Maybe the city of Mordor should take advantage of its geographical location. If he could tame this creature, it would be easy to find dinosaur species and subdragon species in the outer islands. City Lord's residence. Soren was thinking about the next step of his plan in his study, when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps from outside. Then, a thin young man came to the door, and gently knocked on it before delivering a letter to him. News from Vivian? Soren reached out and took the letter. After opening it and reading it quickly, he frowned slightly and murmured, "Fear Church? This little girl doesn't really want to incorporate the Fear Church, does she?" The content of the letter was very simple. During this period of time, Vivian had been fighting against the Fear Church. In order to protect the little girl's safety and further expand the intelligence network of Mordor City, Soren mobilized a large number of people to assist Vivian in her actions. However, after destroying some of the strongholds of the Fear Church, Vivian seemed to have begun to incorporate the leaderless Fear Church as the Son of Fear. Now the outline of a new church was about to be formed. The people below did not dare to delay, and immediately sent the news to Soren. The Fear Church was originally a mature church. Although this church had been hit continuously, first, a group of elites were wiped out by the demigod vampire, and then they suffered heavy losses under the attacks of Vivian and Soren. But after all, it was still an ancient church that had been passed down for a long time. After Vivian dealt with the priest of the church, she quickly gathered the remaining Fear Church members, and then the outline of a new church took shape. Does she also want to become a god? Soren gently rubbed his forehead, thinking about the possibility of things, and murmured, "If she really intends to become a god, it's not enough to rely on these Fear Church members. At most, she will become a fake god like the demigod vampire." Vivian's actions were completely based on Soren's example. Soren operated overseas to develop his own forces, while Vivian targeted the Fear Church. It was obvious that she was preparing to incorporate the greatly reduced Fear Church, and then develop it into her own team. For a long time, Soren's thoughts were very complicated. On the one hand, he hoped that Vivian would stay away from danger and grow up quietly. On the other hand, he also understood that as the Son of Fear, Vivian had to face her own destiny. That was, the Dread Lord had not completely fallen, and she still had to face everything that she should face. In her bones, Vivian was as strong as Soren. This was probably the reason why the little girl decided to leave Mordor City. She didn't want to rely on Soren for everything. She wanted to face her own destiny. The demigod vampire. Soren's index finger gently tapped on the table and murmured, "In terms of method, the demigod vampire's way of fighting against the Dread Lord is correct. First, he used the vampiric clergy to become a god. Then he got involved in other clergy fields, and finally seized the Fear clergy to replace it. This process not only weakened the power of the Dread Lord, but also increased his own strength little by little. The only thing that was wrong. That's right, Lionheart was too anxious. He became a god as a fake god, and the gap between them was widened. There was a big difference between a real god and a fake god. Looking at Soren's current church, everything was on the right track. Although the spread of faith was limited to the outer islands, it was not suppressed everywhere like the demigod vampire. From the perspective of an opponent, the demigod vampire was actually a very powerful and smart person. Unfortunately, his enemy was Soren. Time passed little by little. Soren thought for a long time before he made a decision in his heart. He directly connected with the high priest in the temple and ordered, "Immediately send a group of priests to the Windspear Hills. I need you to send people to help Vivian control the Church of Fear." Yes. Soren was ready to help Vivian implement the plan of becoming a god. Becoming a god was a very difficult process. He had paid so much to finally reach this step. If Vivian didn't want to fight against the Dread Lord as a fake god, then this process must be helped by Soren. Moreover, whether it was the power of divinity or the power of divinity, Vivian now needed to continue to accumulate. It was almost impossible to reach the standard of a real god with the power of the Dread Lord alone. Many things needed to be done step by step. The first step. It was to let Soren's priests help Vivian complete the whole church, and completely turn the believers she gathered into believers who served the Dread Lord. This may require a little bit of mind control. As for how to do it, Soren felt that he should find a chance to have a good talk with Vivian. But now, if he could incorporate the Church of Fear, then one of the problems in the material plane would be solved. Cleaning up the believers of the Dread Lord in the material plane would seriously affect his power, and Vivian's danger would be greatly reduced. The Avatar crisis was coming. Although the boundary of the plane had weakened a lot, this boundary still existed. Most of the power of the Dread Lord was in the abyss. Those demon believers couldn't come to other planes at will. Cleaning up his influence in the material plane would weaken his power little by little. The demigod vampire did this in the beginning. If he didn't die in the hands of Soren, perhaps the Church of Fear would have been completely controlled by him. Chapter 611. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Soren finally collected enough information and began to secretly implement a plan to deal with the god of the hunt, Malor. However, on this day, the whole world changed a little. This change was so clear that any profession with spellcasting ability could feel it. All of a sudden, everyone was temporarily disconnected from the weave, and low-grade magi were completely unable to cast spells. Although this state of disconnection only lasted for a few seconds, the impact it had was rather huge. Almost all the wizards felt it. Gloria and the Fallen, which could be said to have teleported in front of Soren in an instant. The two legendary witches' faces were slightly pale, and there seemed to be a faint trace of panic in their expressions. This kind of panic rarely appeared on legendary spellcasters. The same scene played out all over the world. As a part-time wizard, Soren naturally had the same feeling. But as a god he felt more. Because at that moment, in addition to the disconnection of the magic network, even the faith network above the 9th layer of the magic network, which was dedicated to serving the gods, was temporarily disconnected. Some kind of force interfered with the operation of the magic network, and then it gradually recovered. Did you feel it? Gloria's face was slightly pale and she murmured, just now the connection with the magic net was suddenly disconnected, and all the spell slots are ineffective. Soren nodded silently. His expression was unusually solemn, and he slowly said, the goddess of magic also fell. Calculating the time. It had been a long time since he left Amber City with Vivian, and the energy storm finally began to affect the powerful gods. At that moment, everyone was disconnected from the magic net, and it should be the goddess of magic who fell as well. The energy storm greatly interfered with the magic net, and the goddess of magic was one of the most affected gods. As a god with greater divine power, she should be the first to fall. Unlike the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, who had taken the initiative to fall down, the goddess of magic had fallen down passively, because she was actually very afraid of leaving her god's kingdom. The previous goddess of magic had fallen down, because she had fallen down from her god's kingdom. Gods were almost immortal in their kingdom, but once they left it, they could die. Alas! Soren sighed softly and finally decided to talk about some things that could be said. He slowly said, all this time I've been feeling a terrible danger approaching. Especially now that I've entered the realm of the gods, the feeling of this terrible disaster is becoming more and more obvious. A terrible energy storm has appeared in the multiverse. This power erupted from the Sea of Chaos and directly swept through all the kingdoms. The gods were affected the most, so during this period of time, there were traces of other gods appearing one after another. In fact, they didn't show up on their own accord. Instead, they fell because of this terrifying energy storm. I've been worried that this situation will get worse. I didn't expect that even the goddess of magic wouldn't be spared today. If anything happens to the goddess of magic, the magic network might collapse, and there will be magic chaos in many places. You'd better be mentally prepared. Arcana techniques don't necessarily have to rely on the weave to cast them. Perhaps you should start thinking about how to cast spells without the weave. The two legendary witches froze in place. Gloria showed a thoughtful expression, while the Fallen Witch looked at Soren with a slight light in her eyes. She had always thought that Soren knew something, and it seemed that what happened today proved that everything was true. The Avatar crisis had finally arrived. From the moment the goddess of magic fell to the mortal world, the Avatar crisis was on the verge of breaking out. The fall of the goddess of magic was just the beginning, which meant that the energy storm that erupted from the Sea of Chaos had affected the ancient gods with great divine power. There was still some time from the fall of the goddess of magic to the fall of the goddess of magic, and the Avatar crisis had not yet broken out completely. Only when the goddess of magic fell, and even the belief network of the gods began to collapse, the real terrible disaster was about to come. The two legendary witches were silent. Soren was in a trance for a moment. So much time had passed in the blink of an eye, and he still remembered what happened when he was in Amber City. At that time, he had been wondering when the goddess of magic would fall. But when the goddess of magic really fell, his mood could not help but become extremely heavy, because he himself was not sure whether everything he had been operating could survive the Avatar crisis. This was an era of disaster for the gods. Although Soren had mastered great power, he still did not have enough confidence in it. Wizard City. This incomparably powerful city, that stood tall on the southern plains, was in chaos. Although there was still no force in the material dimension that could shake it, in that split second just now, a trace of panic emerged in the hearts of all the spellcasters. Almost in the very next moment, the many legendary archmages of the Wizards' Congress were teleported to the conference hall at the center of the tower. The archmages who were not young took their seats one by one with solemn expressions. Everyone present did not say a word, but the heavy atmosphere shrouded the place. Panic was spreading. Just at that moment, the Wizard Alliance, which had a huge golem legion, controlled incomparably rich resources and wealth, and had more than 10 legendary spellcasters, suddenly became as fragile as an eggshell. The same scene happened in the Northern Tower. The head of the Northern Witch Council, the powerful Eye of the North, was almost instantly teleported to the astrology platform, and then appeared in the conference hall with a slightly pale and dignified face to gather the other witches. The goddess of magic had fallen to the mortal world. As wizards in the legendary realm, they felt this feeling more deeply. The magic net was still running. Wizards could still use spell slots to cast spells, but on this day many spellcasters in the legendary realm could not help but dig out ancient books related to the arcane era from their own collections, silently searching for something. They foresaw something. No one knew where the goddess of magic was. Because she was also known as the Mysterious Lady, she mastered the field of arcana, secret methods, mysteries, and so on. At least when the Avatar crisis began, no one, not even other gods with great divine power, could predict her position. The only thing that could be certain was that the powerful goddess who controlled the magic net had fallen to the mortal world. Chapter 6:12. Redridge Wilderness East. A skinny figure was moving forward quickly. Everything in front of him was a barren, dark yellow color. Even the weeds were not very luxuriant. Only kobolds would move around here. Even goblins despised this place for being too barren. There was an iron mine and a copper mine on both sides of this barren land, so it was not completely ruined. There were some towns scattered near the edge of the Redridge Wilderness. This place was close to the Gobi Desert in the east. Because of the terrain, even the desert trade route would not pass through here. Ugly Monkey looked around, and then quickened his pace. Other people liked to use transportation when they traveled long distances, but Ugly Monkey's habit was a bit strange. He liked to walk on his own two legs wherever he went. As a rogue, he thought that this could ensure his concealment. Although he looked thin and small, and his strength was not as good as other people of his age, he was far more agile and durable than others. He always thought that his ancestors had a trace of halfling blood, so he was not tall enough and his feet were thicker than others. Ugly Monkey came here for a mission. As a brilliant rogue from Motor City, Ugly Monkey had amazing professional talent. After participating in the expedition to Autumnfall to fight against the orcs, Ugly Monkey's combat effectiveness was greatly improved. As a new rogue, Ugly Monkey completed all the missions of the scouts, got a brilliant record of 27 heads, and was about to enter the ranks of the first-line rogues. According to his merits, Ugly Monkey could already enter the intelligence network of Motor City and change to a more leisurely position. But he thought that those jobs were too easy. He was still a young man who was eager for adventure, and he believed that he could enter the realm of legends one day. It was impossible to enter the realm of legends by doing those leisurely jobs. Therefore, Ugly Monkey still chose to stay in the front line and set off immediately after receiving a mission. The weather in autumn was very hot. However, Ugly Monkey's physique was quite good, and he did not feel tired. The purpose of his trip was Death Valley, a legendary haunted place. Haunted things could only scare ordinary people. For professionals, undead creatures were nothing. After this trip, it was because the intelligence system of Mordor City had found some abnormalities. There was an amazing change in Death Valley, so the mission of spying on the specific situation was given to Shipwreck Bay. Ugly Monkey happened to see the mission and accepted it. According to Ugly Monkey's thoughts, the best mission would be to follow Miss Vivian because there was a battle there that he could participate in. They were already very close to Death Valley. This place had once been a battlefield. In an even more distant era, there had been some terrifying mutations. As a result, there were no living creatures in Death Valley. Even weeds could not grow here, so naturally, no beasts could be seen. Occasionally, undead willow. The wisps would appear here. Other than bored adventurers, basically no one would come here. However, when Ugly Monkey arrived at Death Valley, there were already many people in the vicinity. Many people had left their footprints behind. As a brilliant rogue, Ugly Monkey could even determine the weight of the other party based on their footprints. He looked at some droll from afar. One of them was obviously very dangerous and had a wild aura. The mutation of Death Valley had already spread out. Now there should be a lot of people coming to see, so Ugly Monkey could not help but speed up his pace and secretly pass this team of droll to the front. Death Valley. When Ugly Monkey came here, he could not help but be stunned. This was not the legendary Death Valley. It was simply a valley of life full of vitality and vitality. Because it was already full of flowers, even if it was now autumn, the vitality of the valley in front of him was still not affected at all. The air here was so fragrant that it gave people a feeling of suddenly coming from the city to the mountains. Just breathing the air made people feel life and vitality. But everything in front of him was so out of place with the desolation of the Reedridge Plain. The strong visual conflict made Ugly Monkey feel that everything in front of him was so unreal. It was as if everything was an illusion. Miracle! A droll's exclamation came from afar. The high-grade droll looked at the Death Valley full of flowers and green grass in front of him with a shocked face. He could not help but kneel on the ground and said as if he was on a pilgrimage, "This is definitely a miracle of life. This is a gift from nature." A group of droll knelt down. They seemed to be praying, and also seemed to be feeling the power of nature. There was indeed a power here, an indescribable vitality. It was also because of this power that Death Valley, which had been barren for more than a century, had now become a paradise with fresh flowers and green grass. This is unbelievable. Ugly Monkey walked around the valley in front of him, and found that all the places in the valley were full of green plants. However, near the outside of the valley, it was still a barren land. He quietly snuck in. Ugly Monkey avoided the group of droll, and went into the inner part of Death Valley. He saw a pit in the center. Even if someone deliberately covered it up, it could not escape his eyes. It was a big pit. He did not know what smashed it out or if it appeared because of some other reason. The vitality of life was the strongest here. Ugly Monkey realized that there was something fishy about this. He looked around and mumbled, "According to the classification of the intelligence system, this should be the highest level. No, no, no. This is a miracle. It's beyond the level of the intelligence system. We must report this to Sir Soren immediately." Mordor City had its own intelligence system. During this period of time, many rogue scouts had been scattered out. Soren originally had the priesthood of rogue, so he had a clear advantage in this regard. Now the intelligence network of Mordor City had been distributed all over the world. Anything out of the ordinary would be sent back in grades. The highest level events would directly skip all intelligence departments and reach Soren's hands. This was a miracle of life. Ugly Monkey did not know what power turned the Death Valley, which had not grown weeds for more than a century, into the Valley of Life, but he knew that the power to change all of this was beyond the scope of the world. If he really wanted to describe it, then only miracle, and miracle could describe what he saw in front of him. Chapter 6:13. Death Valley. This place, which had been barren for more than a century, suddenly had such an amazing change. This matter almost directly skipped the layers of intelligence departments and was directly sent to Soren's hands by means of magic transmission. When Soren saw the content of the intelligence the next day, he also took it seriously. He immediately ordered the people near the south to mobilize there and send people to secretly investigate any news related to this abnormal event. Because he felt that all this was not as simple as a miracle, it might be related to some gods who had mastered the priesthood of life. The priesthood of life. In Soren's knowledge, to be able to cause such a big change, to directly change the environment of a place, to turn the Death Valley, which had not been green for more than a century, into the Valley of Life. This was no longer something that could be changed by the power of legends and mortals. This involved the power of changing reality and changing space in the realm of the gods, and any ability related to life. Even if Soren could change the environment of some areas with his current ability, it was impossible to affect such a big valley. This was either a miracle of nature or the power of the gods. Natural miracles could not happen for no reason. Soren thought that the biggest possibility was that a god who had mastered the realm of life fell from the sky. He was not sure which god it was, because the realm of life was too scattered. For example, the priesthood of death was scattered in the hands of many gods, including Naruto, the mourner, the eternal sleeper, the god of death of the underworld, and so on. Even the god of Lich had mastered the realm of death, because of the undead. Therefore, the priesthood of life was also scattered in the hands of many gods. Soren knew that there were the goddess of life of the elves, the goddess of life of the halfling, and the goddess of agriculture and Mother Earth who also mastered life. Life and death. These two priesthoods had created too many gods, and they were all very powerful gods. The movement of any god was worthy of Soren's attention, because a large part of the disasters of the Avatar crisis were caused by the fighting of the gods. It could be said that if a mid-level god fell to the mortal world, he could easily destroy a country when he fully erupted. Soren had to pay attention to their movements and use this to determine the specific time and intensity of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. If it was just a battle between one or two low-level gods, then the scope of the impact would be slightly smaller. But if it was a battle between two mid-level gods and above, then the scope of the impact would be quite terrible. Soren had yet to start an all-out war with anyone. As a weak god, if he were to start an all-out war with anyone, the destruction he would cause would be terrifying. The entire southern region and the coastal region would be plunged into terrible turmoil. Similarly, the same thing would happen to other gods as well. Everything in Mordor City was now on the right track. Soren only needed to plan for the future, and other things could be left to the city hall to deal with. Although the gods could not easily walk around in the mortal world, Soren had never been to the kingdom of God and had not enjoyed the state of near immortality, so he was not as panicked as other gods about falling to the mortal world. If there was no such panic, perhaps Malor, the god of the hunt, would not be in a hurry to restore his power, which led to his whereabouts being exposed to Soren. Everything Soren had been doing was risky. Many times he was dancing on the tip of a knife, and sometimes death just brushed past him. Most of the gods fell to the mortal world. The first thought in their minds was that they had changed from near immortality to possible death. Therefore, in the early days of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, many gods tried to regain their divine power and then return to the kingdom of God. In the long river of history, there had been cases of gods falling to the mortal world. At that time, many gods tried to return to their kingdom. The former goddess of wealth wanted to return from the bottomless abyss, but she was captured and imprisoned by the demon lord for a long time, leaving behind the most humiliating memory in her long life. Many gods, including the goddess of magic, had accidents in the process of trying to return to their kingdom of God. Malor, the god of the hunt, was probably afraid that he had changed from near immortality to possible death. He was now frantically restoring his divine power, either to protect himself or to find a way to return to his kingdom of God. During the Avatar crisis, it was quite difficult for gods to return to their kingdom of God. Many gods had tried, but only one or two succeeded. Unfortunately, they finally went back, but because they went back too early, they were swept down by the energy storm as soon as they returned to their kingdom of God. The final ending of these gods was quite tragic. Others fell to the mortal world once, but they fell to the mortal world twice in a row, which directly caused their strength to be greatly reduced, and they suddenly became the target of hunting. Gods were afraid of death. In fact, most of the gods were afraid of death, because under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for them to kill a weak god who had a god's kingdom. Back then, a god fell in the Abyss Blood War, and there was no way for this god to be resurrected after death. So since then, almost no god could be seen in person in the Abyss Blood War, and even the incarnation of a god could hardly be seen. There was no doubt that the god of the hunt, Malor, was also afraid of death. They were like high and mighty kings. They were supposed to be chess players in the mortal world, but now they had become chess pieces in fate. Soren was also a chess piece. Although he now had the qualifications to be a chess player, he did not enjoy the treatment that a chess player would not cause his death no matter what the chessboard was. Therefore, Soren was the most suitable god for his own transformation. No god would be more adapted to the state of a mortal saint than Soren. In the half-elf temple, Soren's figure appeared in front of his own statue. He stood there for a moment and then disappeared. When he appeared again, Soren's appearance was very different. He looked like a rough northern man with a very strong aura. His face vaguely looked like he was in his 30s, and his expression was quite fierce. There was a scar on the side of his face, and he was wearing a simple hunter's outfit. He looked like an experienced hunter. Change form. This was the first time Soren used this ability. In theory, he could change into anything he wanted. A hunter. This was the main source of believers for the god of the hunt, Malor. Hunters of any race could become his believers, as long as these hunters were evil enough to offer the god of the hunt the sacrifices he needed. Plotting against another god. It was almost impossible for Soren to rely on the ability of his subordinates, so this plan needed him to act personally. If necessary, he would not hesitate to expose his demon incarnation to besiege the target. Chapter 6:14. Port Tylon. Soren, who was dressed in animal skin, walked down from the deck. In order to prevent the prophecy from interfering with his plan, Soren forged a false space that could prophesy. He was a hunter from near the Lost Forest. In order to pursue wealth, he had gone to the outer islands to adventure, and hunted a Quetzalcoatlus alone. As a warrior and a forest ranger, Soren had done all the above before he came to Port Tylon from Moder. There was no other way. Soren himself was not sure if there were any spellcasters who could prophesy among the followers of the god of the hunt, Malor. If someone used a prophecy spell on him, it would be easy to be suspicious if he could not see anything. If he saw too much, it would also be easy to be suspicious. It was better for him to do something that could be seen in the prophecy. In this way, even if the gods used a prophecy on Soren, as long as the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great, they could only see what Soren wanted them to see. His name was now Soros. In order to ensure that everything was flawless, Soren even learned the accent, dialect, near the Lost Forest. Port Tylon was busy. Soren's arrival did not alarm anyone. He now looked like a wandering adventurer. As the wealth of the outer sea route became more and more amazing, there were many adventurers like Soren in disguise. Because of his fierce aura, no one dared to provoke him, especially when they saw the strong bow on Soren's back. Many people could not help but think twice about their own bodies. Since he was disguised, he must disguise himself fully. Soren's main weapon now was a +2 rare strong bow, and his melee weapon was a +3 rare boning knife. From any point of view, he was now a very powerful high-grade adventurer. In order to interfere with the flow of prophecy spells, Soren even made a trip to the Sea Temple. This way, if someone wanted to prophesize his specific whereabouts, it would involve the Sea Temple and the Temple of Wealth. The divine power of the two goddesses was not to be trifled with. Even the legendary prophecies would be affected by these fragments of the timeline. After doing all this, Soren set off for the southern region. Before leaving, Soren saw the Naga Siren priest again. She still looked the same as before, but the divinity on her body had become stronger. It seemed that after she had calmed the internal strife of the Naga clan, she had also received the gift of the sea goddess. Time passed. The person that Soren had to look up to in the past had now become a person that he had to bow down to. A strong person shouldn't look at others. As he moved forward, these people would eventually be left behind. From Port Tylon to the Principality of Rossard, Soren arrived at another enemy's base camp. The Principality of Rossard was the territory of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. All the news told Soren that this vicious woman was plotting something, but she was holding back now, and Soren couldn't start a war blatantly. After all, the Mordor threat had now spread throughout the south. Many nobles were worried about the strong rise of Mordor, and many forces of the church were also hostile to Soren's forces, worried that he would expand too much and affect their interests. In this case, Mordor was easily regarded as a potential enemy. Dealing with the fear cult was because they killed civilians in Mordor and caused great damage. This was a well-known thing. But without this title, the Mordor city might become an enemy after being instigated by someone with bad intentions. The once bustling roads were becoming barren. In front of Soren was a field of weeds. With the approaching of the Avatar crisis, all kinds of events were happening. Traces of devils, demons, and monsters appeared frequently. Even the living space of other species in the material plane was squeezed. Trade on land had been very sluggish. Many places had more than doubled the size of the militia in order to deal with those disturbing wild creatures. Goblins, kobolds, gnolls, lizardmen, ogres, hill giants, werewolves, vampires, undead, dragon subspecies, and so on. It seemed that all of a sudden, all kinds of creatures had run out. The original ecosystem of nature had been severely damaged. The expansion of a group of ogres may cause many goblins and kobolds to migrate to other places, and then threaten the nearby human villages. Basically, this was the situation on the mainland now. There was a lizardman disaster in the northern tower recently. The reason was that the flood had expanded the lizardmen's territory. In addition, for some reason, the lizardmen tribes had united together. Now it was so serious that the Northern Witch Council had to send people to clean it up. Soren passed through the Principality of Rossard. He vaguely saw traces of the fallen here. It seemed to be an admirer of Bayer. He was a legendary figure among the devils. He had advanced from the lowest level all the way to the Grand Duke. Now the situation where the demon army of the bottomless abyss was beaten by the devil army was largely caused by him. He was a legend in the multiverse. A terrible, despicable, and insidious traitor. Even other devils were afraid of him, hostile to him, and hated him. But even so he still lived well. At present, the Grand Duke of Devils, Bayer was the main commander of the Abyss Blood War. Everything that Soren's demon incarnation encountered in the bottomless abyss, which was the defeat of the Abyss Blood War, was probably his doing. Because in the past few hundred years, the Grand Duke of Devils, Bayer and the Mother of Evil Dragons, Tiamat had formed a weak alliance. At that time, before leaving the battlefield of the Abyss Blood War, Soren's demon incarnation saw the appearance of the Pentashade dragons. This represented the alliance between the Grand Duke of Devils, Bayer, and the Mother of Evil Dragons, Tiamat. There were many stories about this devil. The only thing worth mentioning was that he had written his legend in the Abyss Blood War. With a perfect performance, he made the devils think that he was willing to defect to the abyss. He also revealed a lot of information about the devils. After several perfect betrayals, the devils completely believed him. Then, an extremely tragic thing happened. The devil army that attacked the first floor of Bator was completely destroyed. It even developed to the point where they lost half of the first floor of the abyss. The situation of the bottomless abyss being beaten by the Bator Inferno in the Abyss Blood War started from that time. Soren was not very surprised that the Grand Duke of Devils, Bayer, had extended his tentacles to the material plane, because now the bloody war in the lower planes had fallen into a strange balance. The commander of the Devil's Legion should also be at his most leisurely time. However, Soren still paid attention to the appearance of his worshipper in the Principality of Rossard. He was prepared to arrange for someone to investigate the situation in the future. All the way south. In the end, Sauron reached his first destination, Amber City, the place where he first started. Now this place was very withered. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.